Chapter 3305. It was really the nine-young divine body. The vermilion bird palace genius was about to go crazy. Previously, he only had suspicions, but now he felt that he had a definite answer. The next moment, his scalp went numb because he realized he knew the most terrifying secret. The nine-young divine body was not dead. If this news were to spread, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? Not good. He was probably in danger. The vermilion bird palace genius had to beg for mercy. "Spare me. I swear on my life that I will never tell your secret to anyone else." No need. Rather than believing in vermilion bird palace, I might as well believe a dead person. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light, because he knew that vermilion bird palace had already colluded with Yan Nantian. How could they let him go? Therefore, he would not be lenient. A sharp sword light flashed and pierced downwards. Not good. The vermilion bird palace genius screamed. His soul instantly left his body, abandoning this body and wanting to escape. Although his vitality would be greatly damaged in the future, he would be able to preserve his life. He was very decisive, so he dodged the fatal sword. His body was destroyed, and his soul flew into the distance, his eyes filled with malice. When he returned, he must inform Vermilion Bird Palace to kill the other party. But in the next moment, he screamed because he realized that there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at him coldly in the void. In the next moment, his soul was ignited. He only let out a scream before he was burned to ashes. At that moment, Lin Xian frowned. He first picked up the other party's storage ring. Then he formed a seal with his palm and formed a formation that enveloped the entire area. Not long after he finished doing that, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air outside the formation. Then, two figures lingered nearby. What's going on? I clearly heard the sound of fighting here. Could it be that it's already over? Perhaps. Let's go and eliminate the others. The two of them whispered and instantly disappeared into the void. After the two of them left, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that these people did not discover the formation he had set up. That was for the best. Buzz. He turned around and walked towards the palace in front of him again. When he arrived again, Lin Xian carefully sized up the place. Last time he was only curious. Now he knew that there must be something here that could allow them to quickly comprehend the laws of the Demon Cultivation Valley. There was nothing in the surroundings, which made Lin Xian extremely suspicious. That shouldn't be the case. His guess shouldn't be wrong. Suddenly, he remembered that when he saw the other party was sitting there cross-legged and did not seem to notice the fight outside. Could it be that he had to adopt a certain posture? He walked forward and sat down cross-legged according to the posture of the Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioner in his memories. Xian, 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 Xian position. Xian, 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 with Xian, 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 Yuan, Xian, 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 Yuan, 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 Xian, Xian, Yuan, 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 Xian, 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 Yuan, Yuan, Xian, 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 Yuan, 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 Xian, Yuan, 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 Xian, Yuan, Xian, Yuan, Yuan. This was simply too shocking. Sure enough, the world of the Valley of Magic Cultivation was different from the outside world. The laws that he comprehended here would not be able to be used outside. However, this process of comprehension could help increase his experience. Lin Xian no longer hesitated and hurriedly comprehended. Originally, his law of fire was already close to forming a true law. Therefore, he was able to comprehend it even faster now. In just half a day, he had comprehended the law of fire fragment. Feeling the law fragments reappear on his fingertips, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wondered if he could continue perceiving them and form true laws. If he formed the laws here, would he be able to break through and become a sage? Lin Xian didn't know. He was prepared to give it a try. Lin Xian continued to meditate. After spending 2 days, Lin Xian actually managed to condense the laws of fire. However, what surprised him was that he did not break through to become a sage. It seemed that the rules here were indeed different from the outside world. Since that was the case, Lin Xian left. It seemed that there wasn't only one such palace in this place. There were others. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace should have known. In an instant he thought of Yan Nantian. He wondered how many palaces Yan Nantian had found. One. He soared into the air and left. On the other side, Yan Nantian walked out of the second palace. He had already comprehended 2 laws. With a wave of his hand, Yan Nantian took out the map again. He discovered that there was another palace nearby. However, Yan Nantian did not go there. Instead, he furrowed his brows. This place was a little dangerous. Forget it. It was better not to take the risk. Yan Nantian shook his head. He did not go to the one that was closer. Instead, he chose the one that was further away. He planned to first condense 3 laws before starting the hunt. It would be best if he could get through the first elimination round and eliminate the stronger opponents. This way, no one would be a match for him. Outside the Valley of Magic Cultivation, countless figures stood there to watch the battle. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. They did not know how the kid was doing inside. However, they soon laughed. They were thinking too much. There were people who could threaten the kid, but no one could kill him. Even the Cloud Sky Sage could not do it. On the other side, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace looked down and narrowed their eyes. They did not know how many laws Yan Nantian had comprehended. They estimated that in a few days, the real slaughter would begin. Their eyes were burning with a fiery light. Below, in the Valley of Magic Cultivation, Yan Nantian stopped in his tracks. He had met someone, and his lips curled into a smile. I did not expect you to meet me so soon. It seems that your luck is really bad. Humph, cut the crap. Do you really think you can beat me? The figure snorted coldly. His body was covered in scales and was abnormally terrifying. He was the peerless genius, Long Zhaotian. Long Zhaotian was powerful. As a member of the dragon race, his bloodline was terrifying. He was ranked 2nd on the Abyss leaderboard, second only to Lin Xian and Dealing. He was even ranked higher than Yan Nantian. Therefore, when he heard Yan Nantian's arrogant words, Long Zhaotian was naturally unhappy. Boom! He stomped his foot and turned into a stream of light as he charged forward. His palm was like a mountain, shattering the entire sky. The power was extremely terrifying. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. I originally wanted to start a massacre after a while, but it's fine. I'll start with you. Yan Nantian's eyes exploded with a divine light. He slashed forward with his palm. Suddenly, green laws condensed and flickered, turning into a biting cold blade light that flashed out. Boom! Long Zhaotian was sent flying. His face was filled with fear. Damn it, what's going on? Laws! You can actually use laws. Chapter 3306. He also realized that something was wrong. The green saber light carried a biting cold law of wind. How could the other party use law? One had to know that after entering the demonic cultivation valley, the law was suppressed. He thought that the others should not be able to use it either. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party was able to use law. You're surprised, aren't you? Ignorant ant? Do you really think I'm the same as you? Now go to hell for me. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded Yan Nantian's palm, forming a ball of lightning. It also carried a terrifying law of lightning. Not good. Long Zhaotian's expression changed. He had to leave quickly because he was no match for the other party. He did not have law, so his power was much weaker than before. He had to figure out what was going on. Turning around, he tore the void apart and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Can you leave? Yan Nantian controlled the law of wind and quickly charged over. The lightning in his hand formed a lightning sword that pierced forward. In an instant, thousands of sword chi stabbed out. The incomparably violent power of lightning completely shattered the front. Long Zhaotian was once again affected and was sent flying. Although his physique was strong, he was still injured under the law. His scales were stained with blood. Damn it! He roared angrily and fled again. Yan Nantian chased after him. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle that alarmed many people. What was going on? The power of law. Yan Nantian could use law. The surrounding people were all stunned. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Yan Nantian snorted coldly. The law of wind merged into the void, forming a terrifying wind blade that killed all the people around him. In an instant, more than 10 experts were killed. However, the commotion caused by this battle was too great. Moreover, there were still people around, so there were still people who escaped. The news spread out in an instant. Long Zhaodian also desperately used the power of his bloodline and finally escaped. Yan Nantian's face was gloomy. He did not expect Long Zhaotian to escape from his hands. Moreover, what surprised him was that the news of loss spread so quickly. He snorted coldly and did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards his third target. He wanted to collect as much law power as possible before starting to hunt others. Yan Nantian left, but the news had indeed spread. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They couldn't use Dharma laws, but Yan Nantian could. It was really surprising. It seemed that Yan Nantian either had a treasure on him that could resist the laws of the valley, or there was something in the valley that could make him use the laws. For a time, countless people were frantically searching for him. At the same time, Cloud Sky Saint also made his move. He had come to participate in the competition, this time to find the murderer. Previously, he had locked onto an area where there were 200 warriors. He wanted to eliminate them one by one. After killing the person in front of him with one palm, Cloud Sky Saint started to collect the souls. He then scoffed coldly. This was the 33rd one. He said coldly. As it turned out, he had already started to take action in the past few days. In just a few days, he had actually killed 33 experts. It was truly unbelievable. It seemed that he had to pick up the pace. Cloud Sky Saint began to use a great divine power. He continued to pursue his goal. Lin Xian walked out of the ancient palace and continued on his way. This place was very big, so it wasn't that easy to meet others. He had to search patiently. However, Lin Xian's current goal was to find the other palaces. However, he didn't find any palaces. Instead, he met 2 other people. The other 2 were from Vermilion Bird Palace. That's right, it's you. I can sense your aura from your body. You fought with the people from Vermilion Bird Palace before, right? The 2 of them stared at Lin Xian. The person on the right said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with him. We'll know once we catch him and collect his soul." A terrifying aura rose from their bodies. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. "You want to fight me? Great. I also want to test the power of the laws here." He waved his hand, and a ball of red runes floated out and danced in the sky. Fire Dharma. The 2 people from Vermilion Bird Palace narrowed their eyes. "Damn it, you can actually use the laws." They were really shocked. It seemed that the news had been exposed. "You should have killed our people from Vermilion Bird Palace." "That's right, not only did I kill one, but I also want to kill both of you." Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. What an arrogant guy. "So what if you comprehended the laws?" "The 2 of us also comprehended the laws. 2 against 1, can you beat us?" The 2 of them laughed sinisterly. The water Dharma and earth Dharma on their bodies waved. It seemed that the most common laws here were the 5 elements Dharma and the mutated laws of the 5 elements Dharma. "Stupid guy, go to hell." One of the people from Vermilion Bird Palace instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still behind Su Qin. He cultivated the earth Dharma and could use earth escape. Therefore, as long as there was earth, his speed was very fast. He instantly arrived behind Lin Xian and grabbed forward with his palm. On his hand claws, there was a sinister power. At the same time, the other person also attacked. The law of water formed a monstrous sea, forming a killer whale that covered the sky and rushed over. Facing the 2 people's super strong attacks, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, the fire Dharma in his palm became more and more resplendent. Then I let you see a real vermilion bird." He shouted coldly. The merciless Dharma turned into a vermilion bird and wrapped around his body. The vermilion bird roared at the sky. Its wings could move, forming a terrifying firestorm that enveloped the two people. The two people screamed like crazy. Damn it! Why is the power of the fire so terrifying? They wanted to retreat because they realized that the other party was too evil. However, that vermilion bird spread its wings and flew. Its wings were like fiery, red, heavenly blades, instantly splitting the two people's bodies. Burn! The monstrous fire enveloped everything. The other party's soul could not escape. After getting rid of two more people, Lin Xian disappeared again. Outside the demon cultivation valley, the elder frowned. She realized that two more of the jade tokens in her hand had shattered. Damn it, what's going on? Up until now, there were already 3 vermilion bird palace martial artists who were killed. Who was it? Was someone targeting their vermilion bird palace? They did not know because they were already unable to stop it. After a few days, almost everyone knew about the Dharma. They also knew that there was a kind of palace in the demon cultivation valley. One could comprehend the Dharma inside. Therefore, many people were frantically searching for it. Lin Xian was also searching. Furthermore, he was also looking for others. They're actually targeting me. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He realized that there were 2 forces rushing towards him. Could it be that they want to get rid of me? Or was it that the Dharma aura on his body had attracted these people? Chapter 3307. Thinking of this, he sneered and decided to take the initiative to attack. With a flicker, he charged toward the force on the right. His speed was very fast. When he saw those figures, he instantly attacked. The vermilion bird palm slapped out. The monstrous flames turned into a vermilion bird and flew forward. Everything in front of him was burned. What terrifying flames! Could it be someone from Vermilion Bird Palace? A cry of surprise came from the front. In the next moment, a terrifying saber light tore through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It slashed towards the vermilion bird. It's someone from Vermilion Bird Palace. Run! Those people were also sent flying. They hurriedly turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The flames on his body danced, enveloping all of his aura. At the same time, he transformed the flames into the form of a vermilion bird and enveloped his body. Since these people mistook him for someone from Vermilion Bird Palace, he did not explain. He would let Vermilion Bird Palace bear all of this grudge. In an instant, Lin Xian caught up to the other party. There were 5 people. When they saw that there was only one person charging over from behind, the 5 of them were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads. There was actually only one person. Don't hesitate, attack. They thought that it was a group of people from Vermilion Bird Palace. After all, forming an alliance was a very normal thing here. But now there was only one person. In that case, they would not be polite. The 5 of them attacked one after another, but very soon they discovered that they could not beat the person in front of them. The person in front of them was too terrifying. The flames were even more terrifying. They carried the power of laws and burned everything. Immediately, the 3 of them were sent flying. 2 of them were even ignited. More than half of their bodies were burned. They had to hurry and beg for mercy. Stop, we have no enmity. No enmity. So what? In front of Vermilion Bird Palace. You can kill whoever you want. But don't worry, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. But you've already lost the qualifications to compete. Su Qin imitated Vermilion Bird Palace's tone. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the 5 of them and threw them into the sky. With a boom, the vermilion bird enveloped the 5 of them and rushed out of the valley. No, they screamed like crazy, but it was useless. Soon they fell out. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. Why did someone come out? In the next moment, they saw 5 figures wrapped in the flames. When the 5 figures came out, their expressions were also ugly. They had only been in there for a few days, and before they could do anything, they were thrown out. Furthermore, they were all injured. What's going on? Why did you guys come out? The elders and masters of these people all gathered around. That shouldn't be the case. With the strength of the 5 of you, you should be able to last for at least half a month. You might even succeed. When the 5 of them saw their master's elders, they hurriedly cried out in alarm. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. What? Vermilion Bird Palace. The masters and elders of these people sucked in a breath of cold air and fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Palace was not something they could afford to offend. However, following that, more and more people were thrown out. After these people came out, they looked in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace, not daring to say anything. Who threw you guys out? It was Vermilion Bird Palace. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Voices rang out one after another. The spectators were in an uproar. The Vermilion Bird Palace was too domineering, directly throwing people out. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these families in public? Indeed, many people shook their heads. If they were really domineering, wouldn't it be over if they killed them in the valley? That way, no one could blame the Vermilion Bird Palace. But now, the Vermilion Bird Palace did not do that. They did not kill, but they ruthlessly trampled on them. That was a resounding slap in the face. All of the families that were thrown out had unsightly expressions on their faces. Their bodies were filled with anger. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders also frowned. However, at that moment, one of them said, "Ignore them. No one dares to attack us here." However, not long after, when the 2 women were thrown out, it caused an uproar. They were actually 2 disciples of the Sky Chin Palace. The moment they appeared, the elders of the Sky Chin Palace instantly came over. What was going on? The 2 women also had ugly expressions. It was the Vermilion Bird Palace who did it. What? It was the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The surrounding people were stunned. The Sky Chin Palace people were instantly enraged. They stared at the Vermilion Bird Palace people with a cold glint in their eyes. Damn it! This grudge will be returned sooner or later. These elders brought the 2 women away. The Vermilion Bird Palace people also frowned. But thinking about it, it was really possible that it was their people who did it. These people were all thrown out by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was currently pretending to be a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. After walking for another half a day, suddenly a scream came from ahead and a terrifying energy vibration. Right on the heels of that, a figure slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged. That figure slammed into the ground, blasting out a huge, deep pit. Instantly, there was no aura. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He frowned because he saw a figure rushing over here rapidly. Cloud Firmament Saint. Lin Xian was surprised and turned around to leave, because he saw 3 laws hanging on Cloud Firmament Saint's body. Worthy of being a saint, to actually find 3 laws in such a short time. If it was outside, Lin Xian would not be afraid of Cloud Firmament Saint. But now, in this special space, his laws could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan on getting into a conflict with the other party now. The most important thing now was still comprehending laws. Therefore, his figure flashed and instantly fled far away. "Want to leave?" Cloud Firmament Saint laughed coldly. His large palm enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian felt a tremendous pressure, wanting to push his body away. Humph! He snorted coldly, his body trembled, and he turned around. He just did not want to fight with the other party. Did they really think that he was afraid of the other party? Fire Law formed a law sword. A sword slashed forward. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering his palm and arriving in front of Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He extended 2 fingers. There were still 2 laws coiling around them, clamping this sword light. He was furious. Someone could actually threaten him. Who was it? Was it the murderer of the Yun family's prodigy? He stared at Lin Xian and realized that the flames on Lin Xian's body were monstrous. He could not see through the other party. The other party was very strange and suspicious. Cloud, Firmament Saint's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The three laws turned into divine chains of order and charged forward. Clattering sounds could be heard in the air. The entire world seemed to be controlled by the other party. Lin Xian was shocked and retreated. A saint was too terrifying. Although his combat strength was comparable to a saint's, he still could not compare to a saint's in terms of laws. Therefore, when he saw this scene, Lin Xian quickly retreated. However, he did not stop attacking. As he retreated, he pressed his palm against the ground. Chapter 3308. Suddenly, the ground beneath Cloud Sky Saint cracked open. Endless lava gushed out like a flaming beast and engulfed him. Boom! However, he only managed to kill an afterimage. The law of wind circled around Cloud Sky Saint's body, making him extremely fast. You still want to fight me? Go to hell, you ant! A cold voice came from behind Lin Xian. Then, a palm with a sky full of lightning struck towards Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian did not even turn his head. Instead, he punched towards the sky. Boom! The two of them collided, causing the sky to shatter. Lin Xian retreated, and so did Cloud Sky Saint. He was surprised that Lin Xian was able to block his attack. Who was he? One had to know that he was a sage. Facing these people, he could squash them like ants. Other than Yan Nantian and a few other top sky prides who could fight against him, the others were no match for him at all. They could not even block one attack. However, the mysterious person in front of him could fight against him. He found it hard to believe. Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious. He felt that the person in front of him might be the culprit. You were actually able to block my attack. Cloud Sky Saint was furious. He felt humiliated and provoked. Another attack came. It was as if a thundercloud had descended. The lightning turned into a chain of lightning that wrapped around his palm and fell mercilessly. Get lost. Lin Xian was also furious. He punched out, and the law of fire on his fist turned into a millstone that could destroy the world. It was another shocking attack. The two of them retreated. Let me show you my holy realm world. Cloud Sky Saint's voice was cold. He waved his hand, and the law of fire in the sky formed a space that enveloped them. The space was too real. Lightning roared and ice spread, forming a small world. This was a unique technique of a saint. It was far beyond the domain of a king. Kill. In this world, Cloud Sky Saint was the ruler. With a cold shout, the lightning above his head struck down. This was the lightning tribulation of this small world, and it wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and the flames on his body surged to the sky. He turned into a vermilion bird and roared at the sky. At the same time, his right leg swept out to meet the incoming wind sword. The wind sword was too terrifying. It split the entire world into two halves. Lin Xian sent the wind sword flying with a single kick. His entire leg was numb. Ka ka ka! At this moment, a sky full of ice shrouded him, and 3 ice chains instantly nailed him to the void. Then the space he was in was completely frozen. His entire body was also sealed in ice. The lightning sword and wind sword blasted over once again, completely shattering the space. At this moment, the people in the outside world all cried out in alarm. Heaven, what a terrifying attack! Did the Cloud Sky Saint make a move? It was most likely that the Cloud Sky Saint would make a move like this. It was probably one of the few top prodigies. Many people were discussing, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders were all nervous. Could it be Yan Nantian? They did not know. In the Saint Realm small world, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He was hit by the violent power of the laws, and the flames on his body were mostly torn apart. There were also cracks on his body. A ray of golden light shone out from the flames. Although he could not use the laws of wood now, his body was still extremely strong. The longevity incantation in his body quickly circulated. The flames spread again, shrouding the ray of golden light. What's up with that golden body? Cloud Sky Saint frowned. Is he hiding his identity? His face darkened, and he struck again. The entire small world shook, and Lin Xian was once again in an extremely dangerous situation. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and the shadow of a giant shot up into the sky. It held a sword of laws in its hand, and a dragon's roar resounded. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying crack appeared in the sky above the Saint Realm small world. It was almost split open. However, it did not split open in the end. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Cloud Sky Saint was completely stunned, although the laws that he had comprehended now were not his original laws. So the power of the Saint Realm small world was not as strong as before. But no matter what, it was still a saint's world. How could a half-saint split it open? He was completely enraged. He decided to capture the other party at all costs. The other party was too strange. With a cold shout, the crack in the sky healed, and the power of the Saint Realm small world became terrifying again. However, with a resounding boom, the Saint Realm small world began to tremble violently as it was cleaved into two. A voice floated out from the crack. Go, quickly! After hearing this voice, Lin Xian shot up into the sky without any hesitation. Damn it! Seeing that his small world had split open again, Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. He reached out with his gale hand and wrapped it in all directions. However, it was pierced by someone in an instant. The only thing he saw was Lin Xian and another white-robed woman floating away. Yen Ryu? Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened, but he did not chase after them. This Yen Ryu was also very strange. She was actually able to split his small world. She must have a secret. After Lin Xian and the white-robed girl left, they flew for a while and landed on a mountain peak. The white-robed girl was Yen Ryu. At this moment, she turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. It's really you. I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. How did you recognize me so quickly? Lin Xian laughed. Then, the flames in the sky disappeared, revealing his true appearance. What do you think? Actually, when I just arrived at the Demon Cultivation Valley, I recognized you immediately. You, Lin Xian, still wanted to ask. After all, he wanted to know what was going on with Yen Ryu. Why did she change her name? Yen Ryu stretched out a jade-like finger and pressed Lin Xian's mouth. Then, she shook her head slightly. Don't ask anymore. You just need to know that I'm still me. I won't hurt you. Lin Xian did not ask anymore. He knew that everyone had secrets, especially top prodigies like her. For example, he had many secrets that he could not tell others. Yen Ryu was probably the same. How many laws have you comprehended? Lin Xian asked. 2. The law of ice and the law of lightning. I received some news. There are many ancient palaces of demon cultivation, but it seems that there are only 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws: wind, lightning, ice, and mist. These 9 laws make up this demon cultivation world. Among them, the most threatening one is Cloud Sky Saint. He is a saint himself. Other than him, there is also Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian should have comprehended the most laws. Of course, I have another news to tell you. Among them, there are 3 people who are very special. Chapter 3309. Although they were half saints, they had the clones of saints in their bodies. Their strength was much stronger than the top half saints. Although they were not true saints, they were definitely super terrifying. If you encounter them, you must be extremely careful. There were more clones of saints. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that the Vermilion Bird list would attract so many saints. There was no choice. The Vermilion Bird Palace had taken out many good things, such as the Tao Stone. There were probably saints eyeing it. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He would not let anyone snatch the Earth Tao Stone. What are your plans? Yen Ryu asked. Obtain first place in the Vermilion Bird list, and then kill Yen Nantian. Of course, if that cloud firmament saint doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind sending him to the Yellow Springs as well. Lin Xian's voice carried an extremely cold, killing intent. Hearing this, Yen Ryu was stunned. This fellow's ambition was really not small. Yen Nantian was the successor of a great emperor and definitely had countless Dharma treasures in his hands. She heard that just the escape talismans alone had several. If you want to kill him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Probably even saints would not be able to kill him. Cloud Firmament Saint was also incomparably terrifying. His realm was very high, and his divine abilities were even more mysterious. It would not be easy for you to kill these two people. Cloud Firmament Saint did not care, but this Yen Nantian must be killed. No matter how many life-saving methods he had, he was not an immortal existence. If he did not die once, then kill him twice, 3 times, until he exhausted all his resources. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a cold killing intent. Yen Ryu asked curiously, "Why do the two of you have such a great enmity?" It was very common for geniuses to compete for attention, but for Lin Xian's current situation, it was probably not a simple competition. Lin Xian said coldly, "It was him who lured the great demon out to kill me. Do you think I can let him go? So that's how it is." Yen Ryu understood. However, it was better not to act too rashly now. It was better to comprehend more laws first. Next, Lin Xian and Yen Ryu joined hands and quickly searched. Finally, the two of them found 3 halls. The two of them had comprehended 3 types of laws. In addition to what they had comprehended previously, Lin Xian had 4 types and Yen Ryu had 5 types. Not long after, they killed a few more people and seized a palace. However, they did not enter and were instead bounced back. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Why can't I go in? Yen Ryu's eyes also flickered. It's over. I was too careless. There must be a condition to enter this place. Conditions? What conditions? We just went in casually. Suddenly, he was stunned. Could it be that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter? It was possible. For example, each palace could only allow a certain number of people to enter. Once the number of people reached a certain number, the palace would close. No one else could enter at all. The two of them discussed and quickly came to this conclusion. They remained silent, but at this moment, the entire devil cultivation valley began to tremble. What's going on? What happened? Lin Xian and Yen Ryu felt the tremors as if they were facing a great enemy. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too mysterious and too terrifying. However, the tremors lasted for a short while before disappearing. However, when it disappeared, Lin Xian frowned. He realized that there were 4 more colors on his body. Yen Ryu had 5 colors on her body. What's going on? Why are there colors? The colors were like rays of sunlight that floated on their bodies. They transformed into colorful dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Instead of disappearing, they were extremely dazzling. They could be seen from afar. These were the colors of the laws. Lin Xian was surprised. He had 4 types of laws, so 4 colors were displayed. Yen Ryu's 5 types of laws were 5 colors. They turned their heads and realized that the palace in front of them had a similar color on the wall. It was green. Lin Xian and Yen Ryu did not have such a color. It was indeed like that. Lin Xian understood. It seemed that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter. Now that there was a color, did it mean that they could obtain the qualifications to enter the Green Palace by killing those who had green laws? That should be the case. Yen Ryu's face was also cold. Next, the two of us will have to work together. That's right. I'm relieved to work together with you. Lin Xian nodded. Yen Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Indeed, there were also rays of light flickering in the distance. Some had one, Some had 2, some had 3, and the one with the most had 7. There was also one with 6, while the rest had 4 or 5. Who was the one with 7 colors? Was it Yen Nantian or Cloud Firmament Saint? Lin Xian did not know. However, he knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. Indeed, the others also noticed this change. Even the people outside of the Devil Cultivation Valley also saw the colorful lights moving around. They knew that there was a change in the Valley of Demon Cultivation. Next, there would be a large number of killings, because at this moment, those who had colors became the target of everyone. I now have the gold, fire, wind, and lightning laws, which are yellow, orange, green, and purple. Yen Ruyu had one more color than him. That was the ice law. The one closest to them had 3 types of laws. His body had a blue color, which was a color that they did not have. Therefore, Lin Xian and Yen Ruyu prepared to make their move. The 2 of them were very fast as they rushed forward. At the same time, the person with 3 types of laws in front seemed to have seen it too. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He fled like crazy. He tried to hide the light, but he could not. The laws of heaven and earth made it necessary for the light to exist. Lin Xian and Yen Ruyu instantly caught up to the martial artist with 3 types of laws. The martial artist's face became very ugly. He had white wings on his body and was flying rapidly. However, he was directly enveloped by a huge hand. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it! The person in front stopped. Lin Xian and Yen Ryu landed. After seeing the other party, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The prodigy of the white crane race. Moreover, he recognized the other party. The other party was also a genius on the Abyss rankings. However, in front of him, it was still not enough. The genius of the white crane race also saw Lin Xian and Yen Ryu. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was still covered, so he could not see clearly. However, he recognized Yen Ryu. His pupils shrank and his face became very ugly. It turned out that it was Fairy Yen, a powerhouse of the white crane race. He braced himself and greeted them. Yen Ryu said in a sweet voice, since they already knew, they should quickly capture him. Don't kill me. I'm willing to use a law in exchange for my life. As he spoke, he roared and directly grabbed the blue light on his body and forcibly pulled it out of his body. This process was very painful, but the man of the white crane race still managed to do it quickly. Soon, a blue light danced in the sky like a dragon. It carried a vast aura of the law of water. The law could actually be separated from the body. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the laws here were really mysterious. However, this should be a protective law. Between life and law, one had to choose one. Chapter 33:10. Yen Ryu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the other party's approach. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Go get it. Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to delay, Yen Ryu said, I don't have such a big target like you, and I don't have anyone to kill, so I can guarantee that I can pass the first round. You are different. If you encounter those 2 people, it will definitely be a life and death battle. All right. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He directly waved his hand and grabbed the blue law. However, he did not immediately comprehend it, because that blue law was like a swimming dragon coiling above his palm. It seemed that he had only obtained a qualification to comprehend the law, and this prerequisite was that he had to find the hall of the law of water. So that's how it was. Looks like he had to go find the hall. Lin Xian and Yen Ryu rushed into the sky. They disappeared into the void. After 2 days, Lin Xian found the hall of the law of water. He went in to comprehend while Yen Ryu waited outside. At the same time, a few people targeted the 2 of them, because the light on the 2 of them was really too eye-catching. At this moment, it was very chaotic. The figures with many colors of light were doing their best to eliminate others. Between each other, there was also a struggle, but among them, there was a clear distinction. Among them, There were those with 7 and 6 colors. No one dared to provoke them. Wherever the other party passed, others would retreat one after another. As for those with 3, 4, and 5 colors, the struggle was extremely intense. They knew that these were basically people with similar strength and had to be eliminated now. Otherwise, there would be an intense life and death battle in the future. There were even some people who had secretly joined forces. Among them, there were people who charged towards Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. The leader was a woman wearing a red robe embroidered with 2 mysterious patterns. She was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Her identity was very extraordinary. She was the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, there were 5 rays of light on her body. It was very eye-catching. Behind her, there were actually 5 people following, 5 powerhouses. The weakest had 3 laws. The strong one was the same as her with 5 laws. The remaining 3 people all had 4 laws. The 5 people were very powerful. At this moment, they were actually working together. Inside the valley, the others retreated like madmen, not daring to approach. They knew that a huge hunt was about to begin. The people outside the valley also saw this scene. They couldn't see clearly, but they could see the 5 colorful figures quickly surrounding the other 2 people. He wondered who it was that was able to gather 5 experts. I was curious. Who were those 2 people? I'm afraid he's going to suffer. Looking at the glow on his body, he was definitely a top-notch expert. Unfortunately, 2 against 6, there was no chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Xian was comprehending the law of water. Yan Ryu frowned. She naturally saw the 6 figures rushing over. They were here to deal with both of them. She frowned. If she was alone, she could leave calmly, but not now. She had to protect Lin Xian. If these people attacked the palace and caused a commotion, Lin Xian would be affected. It was very likely that he would go berserk, which was very dangerous. It seemed like they could only fight. A sharp light appeared in Yan Ryu's eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. At the same time, 6 figures arrived before him. "It's you." When the 6 people appeared, many of them exclaimed. They recognized Yan Ryu at a glance. They didn't expect it to be Yan Ryu here. Then who was the other person? There was no one around. It was obvious that someone had entered the palace to comprehend. Who was with Yan Ryu? Was it the North Demon? They knew that Yan Ryu and the North Demon knew each other and were in the same world. Therefore, it was very likely that they had joined forces. The North Demon was very strong, but if the 6 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be afraid of him. A few of them spoke. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden, who was the leader, also laughed. Her sister was so beautiful. It wouldn't be good if such a peerless beauty was injured. Hand over the 5 laws on you, and we'll let you live. However, you don't have to care about the one inside. The others were silent. They were all experts, but it was obvious that they were led by the Vermilion Bird, Holy Maiden. You want the laws on me, and now you want to attack my companion? Do you have the right? Yan Ryu's expression was calm, but his words were filled with disdain. You're courting death. Although you're strong and ranked above Zhao Wuliang, so what? The 6 of us are all top geniuses. It seems that you don't know a few of us. Let me introduce you. The Vermilion Bird, Holy Maiden's eyes were cold. It was obvious that she wanted to use the names of the people behind her to scare the other party away. I don't need to say anything. The one beside me, Lu Mu, is ranked 9th on the Abyss list. This one, Bei Sanqing, is ranked 12th on the Abyss list. I think you should know the 2 of them. As for the other 3, although they weren't on the Abyss list, they were definitely not weak. This one, Ming Wangdong, is a top genius of the Nether King clan. This one, Sima Su, is one of the half-saints of the Sima clan. This one, Wu Ying, is also a top expert of the Anya clan. If we fight alone, the 6 of us might not be your match. However, if the 6 of us join forces, can you block us? How many attacks can you block? The Vermilion Bird, Holy Maiden said. Therefore, I advise you not to waste your energy. Is that so? If Yen Nantian, Longbatian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others join forces, I might retreat. However, you guys, I'm afraid you're not qualified." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 6 people in front all sank. Indeed, compared to Yen Nantian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others, they were indeed much weaker. If those people were in the first echelon, then they were undoubtedly in the second echelon. It could even be said that they were close to the first echelon. If the 6 of them joined forces, even Yen Nantian wouldn't dare to be careless. No matter how strong Yen Ryu was, could she be compared to Yen Nantian? Holy Maiden, it seems that this little girl doesn't know life from death. In that case, let's directly attack. Bei Sanqing's eyes bloomed with a touch of a biting cold light. All right, then everyone would like to see what kind of ability Fairy Yen has. There's no need for all of us to attack. Just the 3 of us are enough. Bei Sanqing stood out, and Lu Mu also slashed out. The other one was Ming Wangdong. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, a terrifying power rushed out from their bodies. Bei Sanqing took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. The law behind him also danced quickly. He took out a flute and started to play. A sorrowful aura filled the air, filled with despair. This wasn't an ordinary song, but a peerless magical power called the Great Compassion Mantra. Anyone who listened to it without a firm mind would immediately commit suicide. The Great Compassion Mantra was very famous. It was said that 3,000 years ago, there was once a person who used the Great Compassion Mantra, causing a dozen half-saints to commit suicide instantly. This battle record had spread across many worlds. At this moment, combined with the 3 laws on Bei Sanqing's body, it was really terrifying. Chapter 33:11. Lu Mu also made his move. He held a long spear and stabbed it forward. The spear was surrounded by the power of 4 laws. The last one was Ming Wangdong. He waved his hand and countless pieces of ice appeared. A terrifying world of ice instantly enveloped the area in front of him. The 3 of them attacked with shocking power. Behind them, the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the other 2 sneered when they saw this. Perhaps they didn't even need to do anything to get rid of Yen Ryu. A cold light appeared in Yen Ryu's eyes. Her hand was extremely white and emitted a dazzling light. 5 laws surrounded her fingertips as she slapped forward. The palm technique was light as a feather, but the void was constantly collapsing. This palm had actually blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Not only that, but it also forced the 3 of them back. How was this possible? Lu Mu and the other 2 retreated, their faces full of shock. Was the opponent so strong? The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others frowned. It seemed that they had underestimated her. The 3 of them should also attack. The other 2 beside them nodded their heads. At this moment, 6 people stood out. The 6 of them attacked together and used their super skills. They were much stronger than before. In their opinion, they could even fight against the Cloud Sky Saint, not to mention Yen Ryu. Boom! Yen Ryu didn't use any other techniques. Her white palm still emitted a whiter light. The 5 laws on it kept dancing, forming a divine chain of order. It wrapped around her jade-like fingers and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Yen Ryu was forced back. However, she didn't seem to be injured. How was this possible? She wasn't injured. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were shocked. This woman was too strange. Hurry up and attack. The 6 of them rushed forward and fought with Yen Ryu. 1 against 6. This was definitely a one-sided battle. Yen Ryu was indeed suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, she was very strong. Even if she was at a disadvantage, she wasn't seriously injured. Put in more effort and take her down. Someone shouted coldly. The Vermilion Bird Saintess's eyes were filled with malice. She wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yen Ryu. She was too terrifying. She was a huge threat to her. 6 terrifying super skills again. Yen Ryu was forced back again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She frowned and wanted to use that thing in her body. A terrifying and mysterious power gushed out from her body. Heaven and earth shook, and the faces of the vermilion bird saintess and the others changed. Could it be that the other party is going to open some kind of treasure? Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed that they would have to use their secret techniques or take out their half-saint tools to kill the other party. However, at that moment, an explosion sounded from the palace behind them. Then a figure walked out. The people inside were coming out. The vermilion bird saintess and the others were stunned. Even Yen Ryu was stunned. This was much earlier than she had imagined. It wasn't the North Demon. They were stunned. They discovered that the person walking out from the front was extremely hazy. They couldn't see clearly at all. Who exactly was it? But clearly, it wasn't the North Demon. They knew the Northern Yao, but this person was clearly different. Yen Ryu wasn't with North Demon. Who was she with? They were curious and puzzled. Yen Ryu asked, "Why did you come out? Could it be that the battle here alarmed you?" "Don't worry, I can handle 6 people." Lin Xian shook his head. He had finished comprehending, so he came out. He didn't expect to see the battle outside. 6 against 1? Lin Xian's face darkened, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although the 6 of them weren't as terrifying as Yan Nantian, they were still a force to be reckoned with if they worked together. Even Long Zhaotian and the others would have a headache if they saw them alone. With such strength, they could probably fight against a saint for a few moves. "Let's work together," Yen Ryu said. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You should rest for a while. Let me handle them." He stood out and didn't intend to work together with Yen Ryu. It seemed that he wanted to fight the 6 experts alone. What? He wants to fight alone, but he wants to give us a handicap. The 6 people in front were also stunned. Among them, Bei Sanqing and the others sneered. The vermilion bird saintess sneered. Where did this idiot come from? However, what surprised them was that Yen Ryu actually retreated, as if he wasn't worried at all. Their hearts skipped a beat. Who is this person? Is he also a terrifying existence? But I don't know such a mysterious person. Come, let me see what you 6 shameless people are capable of. How dare you work together to bully my companions? He stepped out, and a domineering aura rose from his body. The vermilion bird saintess and the others frowned. This person has such a terrifying aura. He's probably not a simple person. But so what? With the 6 of them working together, no matter how strong he is, they would still dare to fight against him. However, Lu Mu's eyelids twitched, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This scene reminded him of someone. "I withdraw from this battle," Lu Mu said. "What?" The vermilion bird saintess and the others were stunned. Bei Sanqing said, "Lu Mu, what are you doing? Are you afraid?" "No, I just don't want to fight anymore. It's meaningless. I'm going to explore other places." Lu Mu turned and left. The vermilion bird saintess and the others were stunned. Did Lu Mu recognize him? But who is he? Who can make Lu Mu leave? "You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave?" Lin Xian snorted. He didn't know if Lu Mu recognized him, but he didn't plan to stop. Lu Mu was stunned. He frowned and said, "It was my fault for attacking you." He forcibly extracted the 4 nomological laws from his body and returned them to Lin Xian and Yen Ryu. "I don't want to be your enemy." This scene stunned the vermilion bird saintess and the others. Heavens, what's going on? Lu Mu pulled out 2 laws? Is he begging for mercy? They couldn't believe it. After all, this was Lu Mu. Although he was only ranked 9th on the Abyss list, it was rumored that he had fought with Yan Nantian when he fell into the Abyss. At that time, Yan Nantian had just finished the test and fought with Lu Mu. Both of them were tied. After that, Yan Nantian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. However, one could imagine that Lu Mu was also very terrifying. Even if such a person couldn't be compared to Yen Nantian, he wasn't far off. But now, Lu Mu was begging for mercy. He was begging for mercy to a mysterious stranger. Then, who is this mysterious person? Chapter 33:12. They even suspected that it was Yen Nantian. Fine, I'll spare your life. Lin Xian took the 4 laws and gave them to Yen Ruyu. However, since you hurt my woman, you'll have to take one of my palms. He struck out with his palm. Boom! Lu Mu was hit and flew out while vomiting blood. His body cracked and disappeared in the air. Yen Ruyu felt warmth in her heart. The vermilion bird, Holy Maiden, and the others were stunned. However, they were awakened by Lin Xian's cold killing intent. Damn it, let's kill him together. The vermilion bird, Holy Maiden's face darkened, although Lu Mu had left and his actions had shocked them. However, they did not think that the person in front of them was worthy of their fear. The 5 of them could still take him down if they worked together. Therefore, the 5 of them attacked crazily. Their auras instantly rose. Hee, I'd like to see what qualifications you have to scare Bei Sansheng away. Seamus sneered and walked out. His palm was glowing like a heavenly blade. With a boom, he slashed forward. It directly shattered the void. He was also an expert and did not think that Lu Mu was weak. Now that Lu Mu had escaped, he felt humiliated. Therefore, he had to quickly finish off the person in front of him. Looking at Sima Su, Lin Xian's expression was cold. A terrifying flame bloomed from his body and soared into the sky. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. Boom! The law blade was shattered by a punch. Sima Su was stunned. He did not expect the opponent's physique to be so terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian's big hand grabbed Sima Su and pulled with force. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Sisa's body was actually torn into 2 halves. Since you're not begging for mercy, then die. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. He could let Lu Mu live, but it did not mean that he could let the others go. Sima Su screamed like a madman, causing the people behind him to be even more shocked. Not good. This person is terrifying. Let's work together. The vermilion bird, Holy Maiden, and the others did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. Lin Xian was also enraged. He took a step forward, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, turning into a sea of fire that spread out. On his body, there was the image of a flame giant. It raised its head and roared. Flaming sword Qi flew out from the giant and slashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 members of the vermilion bird were completely separated. Not good. These 5 people's faces changed. Originally, they had planned to attack together, but they did not expect the other party to be so strong. The sword Qi made their hairs stand on end. They could only attack crazily, shattering the sword Qi first before converging. However, Lin Xian didn't give them a chance. After separating the 5 of them with the sword Qi, he made his move. Using Dragon Step, he quickly charged towards Sorrow 3 Lives. This person was previously injured, and his strength was the weakest among the 5. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be dealt with first. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sorrow 3 Lives. Not good. Bei Sansheng's expression changed, and then he became angry. What was the meaning of this? Underestimating him? This was too much. Sorrow 3 Lives immediately used the Great Compassion Mantra, and a strange sound came out of her mouth. The world was incomparably desolate, as if it wanted to make people commit suicide. What a strange melody. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. After listening to it too much, one would definitely lose their will. Immediately he shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon-shaped sword Qi enveloped him. It completely isolated him from the Great Compassion Mantra. At the same time, his palm slapped down. Boom! The world-destroying demonic disc directly smashed Sorrow 3 Lives into pieces. The other party wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's sword pierced through his soul. With a scream, Sorrow 3 Lives' soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally knew why Lu Mu wanted to escape. The other party was too strong. Damn it, is Sorrow 3 lives dead? The Vermilion Bird, Holy Maiden, and the others were horrified. They could not feel the other party's aura. What was going on? Winter night. At this moment, Ming Wangdong roared. He formed a seal with his palms and opened his mouth to spit out a storm. The terrifying laws of wind danced and froze everything. The flaming sword Qi was frozen, and the monstrous sea of fire was extinguished. In the next moment, they saw Sorrow 3 lives' corpse being torn into pieces. His soul had been destroyed. Dead. Was he really dead? Their scalps went numb and they attacked crazily. This time, the 4 of them were very fast. They finally joined forces and launched a terrifying attack. Facing the 4 of them, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He did not retreat either. Instead, he took a step forward. His powerful physique crushed the void and cracked the earth. 2 fire dragons flew out from his palms as he stretched out both of his palms. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 2 fire dragons circled incomparably and knocked away the 4's divine abilities. The 4 of them flew backward and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? The other party had injured the 4 of them by himself. Who was this person? What kind of physique was this? Who were you? Who exactly were you? Why? Do you really want to know who I am? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. A formation flew out from his body and enveloped the area. In the next moment, the flames on his face disappeared, revealing his true appearance. Not only that, but the flames on his body also changed. They were no longer fiery red, but golden. A golden body appeared in front of everyone. These flames, his face, this aura, this was the successor of the 9 suns. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird, Holy Maiden, and the others heard a voice in their hearts. This was the appearance of the 9 suns' divine physique that they had seen before. Impossible. The successor of the 9 suns was already dead. How could he appear here? Who exactly were you? Who told you that I was dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Lin Xian sneered. His body swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ming Wangdong. He slapped out with his golden hand. Ming Wangdong was scared out of his wits. Ice wings appeared on his back, and ice armor appeared on his body. An ice scepter appeared in his hand. With a wave of the scepter, a huge ice wall formed in front of him. The law of ice danced. It was used to resist Lin Xian's fist. With a loud bang, a huge tremor sounded. Cracks appeared on the ice wall and it collapsed. Ming Wangdong was also sent flying by the huge force. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he made use of the ice on the ground and in the sky to form a new divine ability. Ice Seal. The space in front of him was completely frozen, forming an ice crystal world. Lin Xian's body was also frozen. Seeing this, Ming Wangdong smiled. He didn't care about wiping the blood on his body. He shouted coldly, "Break for me!" Cracking sounds could be heard. Everything in the ice crystal world was shattered. This kind of great divine ability was too terrifying. Everything that was sealed in ice was turned into ashes with this sound. The space around Lin Xian was shattered. His body was also affected by the divine ability, causing his body to shake violently. However, the shaking soon calmed down. Everything in front of him was shattered, but Lin Xian wasn't injured. Chapter 33:13. How could this be? Ming Wangdong was stunned. How could Lin Fan be unscathed under his divine ability? The others were also stunned. They knew about the ice seal divine ability. They had even seen it with their own eyes. Ming Wangdong had frozen 3 half-sages. When the ice seal world shattered, the 3 half-sages were also torn apart. Even their souls were destroyed. But now, such a terrifying divine ability had lost its effect. Lin Xian's body burned with flames, melting all the ice. He looked ahead and sneered. Divine ability is good, but you're too weak. Let me tell you, how should I use this divine ability? Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul roared and started to use the divine ability. Lin Xian stomped his foot. Instantly, the earth was covered in flames, forming a golden sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire enveloped Ming Wangdong. Ming Wangdong screamed crazily. The ice armor on his body released an icy aura, trying to resist. But soon he was burned and turned into snow. He melted on the ground and evaporated. Explode! With a cold shout, all the flames in the sea of fire in front of him roared violently and exploded. That power caused everything to turn into ashes. The effect was similar to the ice seal, except that the ice had turned into flames. Damn it! Block it for me! Ming Wangdong roared crazily. 3 ice crystals appeared beside him. The 3 ice crystals were white and formed a triangle to protect him. He wanted to resist the force, but in the next moment, the 3 ice crystals exploded under the force of the flames. Ming Wangdong's body was also torn into pieces. His soul was also shattered in an instant. With another move, Ming Wangdong was destroyed. The remaining 3 people went crazy. They finally believed that the person in front of them was the successor of the 9 sons. Although they didn't know why he was still alive, he was too terrifying. Run! The vermilion bird, Saintess, screamed and fled. She wanted to announce to the world that the successor of the 9 sons was still alive. This was definitely an earth-shattering news. You want to escape? Stay. Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and a black spear appeared. He waved his arm and 3 terrifying black torrents shot forward. Pung pung pung. The vermilion bird Saintess and the other 2 stopped in midair. They looked down at their bodies. A black shadow appeared in their hearts. They had been pierced through. They were nailed to death in the void. The great, great spear of destruction. They said these words with great difficulty. Then they tilted their heads and stopped breathing. That's right. The great spear of destruction. The great destruction, spear of the great demon, fell into the void. For the next 3 years, it was covered by an endless amount of demonic qi. No one dared to get close to it. In the end, he was taken away by Lin Xian. This was a vicious weapon that had been stained with the blood of countless saints. Its power was extremely great. Back then, it had posed a huge threat to Lin Xian. If not for the fact that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul, it would have been very difficult for him to withstand the great destruction spear. The great spear of destruction could even kill a saint. How could the 3 of them block it? It was settled. Behind him, Yanruyu also walked up. She was also incomparably shocked. She didn't expect that his strength had already reached such a level. Right now, your strength is much stronger than when you were fighting against the great demon. I'm really looking forward to seeing Yan Nanshan's expression when he sees you. He will definitely be shocked. Lin Xian said. However, I'm looking forward to fighting with him. I want to see how strong the successor of a great emperor is. Let's go. Lin Xian obtained the chains of law from these people and flew to the next palace. At the same time, outside the Demon Cultivation Valley, the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' faces changed. In the next moment, they roared at the sky. No. Damn it. Who was it? Who dared to kill the Vermilion Bird Palace Saintess? They roared crazily. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Saintess killed? Heavens! Who did it? Was it the Cloud Sky Saint? Or Long Zhaotian? They didn't know, but they could see that the 6 figures of law in the valley below had disappeared. It was those 2 people. It shouldn't be. 2 against 6, and they were still completely annihilated. It was too shocking. Wait, one of them had escaped, and the other was still alive. They had to find out who did it. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders roared crazily. The elders trembled. They had no choice but to enter the valley below. One of them had already started to move. His body flashed, and light filled the sky as he charged down. However, he was quickly pushed back by an aura. Once the demon cultivation valley opened, it would become a world of its own. In less than a month's time, those outside couldn't enter. They would either be killed or thrown out. Other than that, there was no other choice. Damn it, this is too damn it. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Originally, they wanted to use the Demon Cultivation Valley to restrict others. But now they were the unlucky ones. In the valley, a figure quickly flew out with a shield. Everywhere he passed, countless trees grew, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were like demons, completely blocking the path and space. However, very quickly, a terrifying vibration came from behind. The ground split open and a biting cold saber light shone, cutting all the trees to pieces. The figures behind him were extremely fast. At the same time, a roar rang out. "Northern Devil, you can't escape." The person running in front was the Northern Devil. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his body was surrounded by the law of wood. The surrounding trees all seemed to listen to his orders. He began to attack. However, the people chasing after him were simply too powerful. Even he was unable to withstand them. That was because the one chasing him was a man covered in scales, with boundless strength, Long Zhaotian. The other person was covered in white light, like a celestial being, Zhao Wuliang. The last one was abnormally ferocious. He had 9 heads, and each of them was extraordinarily mighty. He was a prodigy of the 9-headed lion race. He didn't seem any weaker than Zhao Wuliang. The other person was riding the waves, revealing a ferocious shark head. Fish scales flickered on his body, and his eyes released a biting cold light. He was Black Shark of the Shark King race. 4 top experts surrounded the Northern Devil. If it was a one-on-one fight, the Northern Devil could definitely fight against any one of them. But now, there were 4 of them against 1. He wasn't a match at all. He could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had the 10,000 devil body, and he was also a wood martial artist. His vitality was strong, and he could control the surrounding plants. Otherwise, he would have been killed many times over. Even so, he wasn't a match for them. If he couldn't escape, then it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it, he really deserved to die. The Northern Devil's face was gloomy. Why were these people gathered together? Chapter 33:14. Indeed, if anyone else was here, they would be shocked, because they couldn't believe it. Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian, as well as 2 top experts, would team up. It was beyond everyone's expectations. "You can't escape, roaming dragon," Long Zhaotian roared. The dragon blood in his body surged, and a dragon's shadow rushed out. This power was too strong. Nothing could stop it. 10,000 trees descend. Feeling the terrifying power behind him, the Northern Demon flew while using his mystique. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared in the sky and quickly descended, blocking his path. It blocked Roaming Dragon. There was a loud explosion, but at this time the other 3 attacked. Black Shark rushed forward with seawater, forming a whirlpool. Did he want to swallow the sky-piercing divine tree? The 9-headed lion's 9 heads roared. The roar shook the world and affected people's souls. The Northern Demon was affected. His body trembled and he slowed down. Zhao Wuliang took the chance and slashed. The Flower Addict's 33 blade slashes were sharp enough to destroy a level of heaven. Boom, boom, boom. The Northern Demon spat out blood and flew back. There were many cracks on his body, but his 10,000 demon body quickly healed. He gritted his teeth and flew again. However, this was the 5th time he healed. His power and aura had decreased too much. If he couldn't shake these people off, his life would be in danger. I said, "You can't escape." Long Zhaotian's group quickly chased after him. The reason why the 4 of them had joined hands was so that they could sweep through everything. They wanted to eliminate the other people who were a threat to them. 3 days later, the North Demon stopped because he was stopped by someone. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, the nine-headed lion, and Black Shark surrounded him. Escape? Let's see how you can escape this time. The four of them teamed up, the laws on their bodies intertwined, forming a domain that covered the sky. The northern demon's expression became ugly. It seemed that he could only fight to the death. He waved his hand, and the laws of wood floated. Countless trees around him grew wildly. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him again. The 10,000 trees, flower bloomed. 7 flowers formation. The green nocturnal battle armor appeared on the northern demon's body. The heaven-reaching divine tree on his back began to bloom, forming a terrifying flower. Countless flower petals floated around them, forming a terrifying formation that absorbed the power of the four people. Humph! Long Xiaotian shouted coldly. Dragon fighting in the wild, a giant dragon phantom appeared on his body. It roared and rushed forward, able to destroy everything. The world's 8 blades. Zhao Wuliang brandished his long saber. The piercingly cold saber light soared into the sky. Lion roar divine skill. The 9-headed Lion King let out a roar, and terrifying divine fire surged forward. Black Shark blended into the void and carried out the assassination. The 7 flowers formation was instantly shattered by the attacks of the 4 top experts. The sky-reaching divine tree behind them also emitted a rumbling sound. Many cracks appeared on the divine tree, but the huge divine flower still hung down, scattering its pollen forward. The pollen was extremely poisonous. Long Xiaotian and the other threes faces changed as they hurriedly defended themselves. However, the attacks from the 4 of them caused the petals to tremble repeatedly. Many cracks appeared on the northern demon's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could still hold on. However, at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. A person held a shadow dagger and slashed at his head. With a splurt, blood spurted out. The northern demon was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength to dodge. However, his neck was still cut in half. Just a little bit more, and his head would have been sent flying. A large crack appeared on the azure nocturnal armor. The myriad with divine vine. The northern demon roared angrily, and his myriad demon body began to heal. At the same time, he counterattacked. The branches of the myriad demon tree drooped down and turned into 2 divine whips that lashed out behind him. The void was shattered in an instant. Clang! Black Shark raised the shadow dagger in his hand to block, but he was sent flying by a force. However, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. After that attack, Black Shark was slightly injured, and the other 3 were forced back. However, the northern demon was seriously injured, and his head was almost cut off. Seeing that, Zhao Wuliang and the others sneered. The northern demon would definitely die today. They estimated that they would be able to kill him in less than 5 moves. As expected in the second move, the northern demon was even more seriously injured. A large crack appeared on half of his body, and he was almost cut in half. In the third move, the northern demon was cut in half. He healed again, and his face was even paler. Let's see how many more times you can survive. The 4 of them attacked again. The battle was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding people all fled. At the same time, the 2 figures quickly flew over. Actually, they had sensed a few powerful forces a long time ago. They quickly flew over with their shields. It was obvious. This was a huge battle, and there were several forces involved. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. One of them was very familiar to Lin Xian. He could even see a huge tree flashing in the distance, and its terrifying phantom covered the void. The heavenly tree was the northern demon's mystique. What was going on? Was the northern demon being chased? Let's go and take a look. Yanryu also frowned. She and Lin Xian quickly flew forward. When they arrived nearby, Lin Xian used his soul to capture the situation in front of him. His expression immediately changed. It was a siege again, and it was very similar to the scene he encountered before. But there was a difference. Previously, the vermilion bird, Holy Maiden, and the others were considered to be on the second level. But now, the ones attacking the northern demon were Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others. They were definitely the top prodigies on the first level. Damn it. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He realized that the northern demon's situation was very bad. Attack! Lin Xian shouted coldly and sent out a vermilion bird. It rushed down. Yan Ruyu stretched out her white palm and pressed down. A black hole appeared in the void and kept shattering. Boom! Boom! Below, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others smiled sinisterly. He die. They could tell that the northern demon was about to die. They estimated that they could kill him in 2 more moves. But at that moment, their expressions changed. 2 terrifying attacks surged towards them. Scram! The 4 of them turned around and roared crazily. They attacked with their mystiques and collided with the 2 attacks. The sky was torn apart and violent energy surged. The northern demon retreated, and so did Long Zhaotian and the others. Who dares to interfere in our business? Their gazes swept across the area. Soon, they saw 2 figures descending from the sky. Yan Ruyu, it's you. Long Zhaotian and the others recognized Yan Ruyu first, but the other person made them frown. They couldn't see his face clearly, for against one, you're really shameless. Yan Ruyu snorted coldly. On the other side, Lin Xian had already begun to check on the northern demon's injuries. He frowned. Chapter 33:15. He was heavily injured, but fortunately he came in time. Any later, and the northern demon's life would have been in danger. They're very strong, the northern demon said. He did not recognize Lin Xian at first. Hurry up and leave. He did not look like he wanted to fight. After all, he was heavily injured. Although there were 2 of them, the other side still had the advantage. Don't worry, rest well. Leave this to me. Lin Xian patted the northern demon's shoulder and injected some energy into him. Then he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to him. Then he walked over and stood beside Yan Ruyu. Leave Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang to me. You have no problems with the other 2, right? No. Yan Ruyu shook her head. Her eyes were cold. It was obvious that this peerless beauty was angry. On the other side, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other 3 were stunned. What did they just hear? These 2 wanted to fight the 4 of them 1-on-2? What a joke! The 4 of them sneered. They were the top elites. They were not afraid of anyone in a 1-on-1 fight. Now that it was 2 against 1, they could easily kill the other party. One had to know that the 4 of them had chased after the northern demon, just as a precaution. If they really fought, the 2 of them could kill the other party. Although these 2 were strong, they were probably only on par with the northern demon. Since there were still people who did not know their limits, they would kill them together. Zhao Wuliang sneered. Long Zhaotian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, their goal this time was to eliminate the strong enemies. The northern demon was one of them. Yan Ruyu was also their target. As for the last mysterious person, although they did not know him, they would kill him together. You want to get rid of me? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward. Flames erupted from his body. However, it was no longer gold or fiery red. It was pitch black. The ink-black flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity right now. Therefore, he used the great dragon sword soul to directly transform her flames. At this moment, he was like a demon king, looking down on everyone. Lin Xian and the great demon had fought for half a year. He was very familiar with his opponent's mystiques. If he used the dragon sword soul to manifest them, they would not be any weaker than the great demons. What a terrifying demonic chi! Long Zhaotian and the rest frowned. Who was this person? Were they from the demon race? However, before they could think any further, a large black hand rushed over, carrying with it a torrential hellfire. Immediately, he formed a demonic disc that could destroy the world and struck out. The terrifying power shattered the void in front of him completely. That power enveloped Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, courting death. The two of them were enraged. The other party really dared to fight the two of them alone. What a joke! Get lost! Long Zhaotian was the first to get angry. He was a powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. He didn't even put Yan Nantian in his eyes, let alone this person in front of him. The scales on his body emitted an incomparably terrifying light. He punched out with a fist that was like a giant dragon streaking across the sky. Boom! The terrifying dragon collided with the world-destroying demonic plate, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. However, Long Zhaotian let out a muffled groan as cracks appeared on his fist. Bang, bang, bang. He took 3 steps back and withdrew his fist. His eyes were filled with shock. His opponent had actually injured him. How is this possible? Damn it, who the hell are you? The person who will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. The black flames on his body danced. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme, courting death. Long Zhaotian was furious. Roaming dragon's body bloomed with light and formed an eagle that charged forward. It formed a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian laughed, not afraid at all. The large black hand drew a circle in the air and instantly turned into a black hole. It swallowed the giant dragon. At the same time, his left hand struck out like a black sun and charged toward Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang frowned, pulled out his long saber and slashed out. On the long saber, there was terrifying lightning. That was the law of lightning, and it had the power to destroy everything. The saber collided with the black fist, causing an earth-shattering sound. The black fist was repelled, but it instantly turned into a palm and directly broke the lightning saber in half. The terrifying power caused Zhao Wuliang to retreat a few steps. His face was gloomy. On the other side, Long Zhaotian was also repelled by the other party. The 9-headed Lion King and He Sha were stunned. The other party really did it. With the power of one person, he repelled Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Who was this person? Could it be another kind of hidden saint? Ha 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 ha, you're just SOO. Unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian laughed and stepped forward. The black flames on his body covered the entire sky. Demon swallows the world. The flames turned into black holes one after another, enveloping Long Zhaotian and He Sha. At the same time, the 9-headed Lion King and Shadowless were also enveloped, courting death. The 4 of them were completely enraged. Did the other party still want to attack the other 2? They charged forward in a frenzy. Yen Ryu was also stunned when she saw this scene. Then she shook her head slightly. This guy is really arrogant. He wants to fight 4 of us alone? Fine, I'll just watch. Originally, Yen Ryu still wanted to use some trump cards, but now it seemed that she was not needed. If there was really danger, it would not be too late for her to make a move. Therefore, she came to the Northern Demon. The Northern Demon's recovery was terrifying. Therefore, his injuries were already healed. However, his strength had not recovered yet. He swallowed a pill and looked in front of him. The scene was extremely shocking. Who was this person? He could actually fight 4 of them alone. One had to know that he was being chased by 4 people and was almost killed. Who was this person? The Northern Demon turned around and asked. Yen Ryu smiled. An old friend. You'll find out after the fight. Old friend? The Northern Demon was stunned. It seemed that the other party was very close to Yen Ryu and should know him. But who was it? If it was an old friend, they should belong to the same world. But who could be so strong in that world? Yan Nantian was impossible. Then was it Yi Wudao? He thought of the holy body. He did have such power, but Yi Wudao did not have monstrous demonic qi. Was it Wu Chen or the one from the Gu family? He shook his head. He could not think of it. It was not that he did not think of Lin Xian, but he knew that Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body. Previously, the news of the 9-yang divine body dying together with the demon had spread throughout the ancient path of stars. He would never have thought that it was Lin Xian. While the northern demon was puzzled, the battle in front of him was unusually intense. It was as if Lin Xian had turned into a demon king at this moment. He attacked without any reservations. The other four were furious and roaring. The four of them joined forces, but they could only fight to a draw. They could not do anything to the other party. They were going crazy. Chapter 30, 3:16. When did such a terrifying monster appear on the ancient path of the starry sky? Why hadn't they heard of it at all? Moreover, looking at the monstrous, demonic aura and the world-destroying millstone, they all thought that the great demon had resurrected. Damn it! He must be related to the great demon. Even if he wasn't a great demon, he must be from the demon race. These people roared crazily. The two of you don't hold back anymore. Attack with all your might, Zhao Wuliang said coldly, because he realized that although the other party was attacking the four of them, he was constantly using killing moves on him. It made him break out in cold sweat. Zhao Wuliang was actually very depressed because not long ago one of his clones was killed and his strength was greatly reduced. If he hadn't paid a huge price recently, his strength wouldn't have been able to recover. This made him gnash his teeth for a while. However, he still couldn't find out who killed his clone. Now he even encountered a demon-like figure. The recent emergence of powerhouses and geniuses shocked him. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep his position, so he roared angrily. He didn't want the others to hold back and kill the other party with all their might. He took the lead. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The law of thunder rushed into the clouds, forming a thundercloud in the sky. It emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. Boom, boom, boom. In the thundercloud, the law of order revolved and then descended. This was a lightning tribulation, and it struck directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The flames on his body danced and turned into a black giant. It was like a demonic sound. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning in the sky. Puff! Then he aimed at Zhao Wuliang and spat out. Endless lightning was spat out by him, and there was also the power of fire on it. It directly enveloped Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang screamed miserably as he was pierced by the lightning. He flew backward, his body charred black, and he was in an abnormally sorry state. Die. However, at this moment, Long Zhaoqian's attack also arrived. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 divine swords with 5 types of laws on them. They were incomparably dazzling. In an instant, they pierced through the void and directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a puff, he cut open the black flames on Lin Xian's body. He had succeeded. Seeing the scene, Long Zhaoqian smiled. The other 3 also heaved a sigh of relief. This attack could definitely pierce through the other party. Next, they would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, but the faces of Long Zhaoqian and the others turned ugly. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was no blood. In other words, although their opponent had been knocked back, his body was not injured. How was this possible? At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't defeat him. They realized that they couldn't defeat him. Roaring divine art. A terrifying sound wave rushed forward, but it was shattered by a slap from the other party. He Sha also silently appeared behind the other party. The shadow dagger in his hand slashed towards the other party's neck. Previously, it was his sneak attack that almost cut off the North Demon's head. But this time his arm was numb from the impact. He didn't hurt the other party either. This was definitely the body of a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so strong. Black Shark screamed like a madman, wanting to retreat. In an instant, he retreated from Lin Xian's side, but in the next moment he screamed. A pitch-black spear pierced through his body. Ah! He Sha screamed. How could this be? He had already merged with the void long ago. How did the other party find him? Buzz! The spear flashed, and Black Shark's body was torn into pieces. Blood dyed the ground red. A saint. Could it be a saint? At this moment, Zhao Wuliang and the others were about to despair. There was actually a saint. Other than Cloud Sky Saint, were there other saints? Among them, Long Zhaotian looked at the black weapon and screamed in fear. The Spear of Annihilation. Could it be that you're really a great demon? You're not dead. They had seen the recording array of the battle between the Nine Suns' successor and the great demon, so they naturally recognized the pitch-black weapon. Was it the Spear of Annihilation? That was something that only the great demons could possess. Even if the person in front of them wasn't the one who had died, he was probably a new great demon, right? Moreover, they felt that this great demon was even more terrifying than the previous one. What was going on? They didn't know anymore. Lin Xian charged out with the Spear of Annihilation in his hand. A terrifying light tore through the void and charged towards Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. The world's edge 8 blades slashed out with a saber light, but it was pierced through. The Spear of Annihilation knocked away his saber and pierced through his shoulder. He was nailed in the void. That ice-cold killing intent wanted to tear him into pieces. Explode! Zhao Wuliang gritted his teeth. His body split open to escape the attack. Run! They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to run? Golden light appeared in his eyes and scattered into the void. Then the Spear of Annihilation stabbed out. He Sha screamed again. He was hit again. Soul Annihilation. The Spear of Annihilation danced and instantly annihilated his opponent's soul. A dignified, peerless expert was killed so easily just like that. Seeing this scene, the other 3 ran away crazily. Buzz! Lin Xian threw the Spear of Annihilation. It instantly pierced through the 9-headed Lion King's body. The 9-headed Lion King trembled, and its 9 heads roared at the sky. The terrifying roar shook heaven and earth. But this sound wave couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly rushed over. His big hand tore through the sound wave that filled the sky and slapped the other party into meat paste. He picked out the other party's soul and pierced it with the Spear of Annihilation. Ah! The 9-headed Lion King's soul let out a sharp cry, but it was carried by Lin Xian and charged towards Zhao Wuliang again. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He couldn't dodge this spear anymore. It couldn't be helped. The other party was too strong. When he didn't use the Spear of Annihilation, they weren't his match. Now that he took it out again, how could they resist this peerless, murderous weapon? This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. At this moment, Zhao Wuliang was very decisive. He once again created a clone to die in his place. As for his real body, he burrowed into the ground and used the law of earth to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? With one strike, he pierced through the ground and cut off Zhao Wuliang's path. Zhao Wuliang had no choice but to change direction. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Next, he attacked a few times. This made it so that Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian couldn't escape separately. They could only escape in the direction he chose. Lin Xian chased after them. The great pursuit began again, but this time it was different. Lin Xian was chasing after Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian. Wherever he passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The others also noticed this scene, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Were Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian escaping? Then who was it? Was it Cloud Sky Saint? Heavens, the saint was going to start a massacre. For a moment, they were extremely terrified. Lin Xian didn't kill them directly. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly attacking and chasing after the 2 of them. The 2 people in front were terrified and desperate. They were exhausted and felt that death was better than living. Chapter 30, 3:17. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out from behind. Why? Are you in despair? When the 4 of you joined forces to hunt down the North Goblin, did you ever think that you would be hunted down like this one day? If you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's mocking voice sounded. In front, everyone's expressions were ugly. Long Zhaotian's lungs were about to explode from anger. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Wah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon blood that turned into a dragon saber. The dragon blood saber slashed down with monstrous killing intent and terrifying power. The sky was dyed red as the saber was split open. Lin Xian sneered and waved the spear of destruction to meet the attack. With a clanging sound, the dragon blood saber was pierced through. Long Zhaotian had another wound and spat out blood as he flew backward. He was truly in despair. He was no match for his opponent at all. Just now, 1/3 of his dragon blood had been sucked away. The dragon blood saber, formed with the secret technique of the dragon race, could destroy everything. It could even threaten a saint. However, it was shattered by his opponent in one strike. It was not that he was too weak, but that the enemy was too strong, especially the spear of destruction. That was a murderous weapon stained with the blood of countless saints. Perhaps only a true sacred artifact could fight against it. Therefore, there was only one thing they could do now, and that was to escape with all their might. If they could escape the first stage, they would be able to save their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days of pursuit. Lin Xian chased them for a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian felt despair and hellish life. Their hair was disheveled and their eyes were bloodshot. To be honest, for a moment, they even wanted to die just like that. However, very quickly, their hope was ignited because in front of them, 7 rays of light flickered. It was a figure with 7 laws. Who was it? It was either Cloud Sky Saint or Yan Nantian. They hurriedly flew in that direction, wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife. At the very least, they had to block the demon behind them. 7 rays of light? Who was it? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, sneered, and chased after them. Now that he had 5 nomological laws, it was enough. Coupled with the great spear of destruction, what could Cloud Sky Saint do? He could still put up a fight. In front of them, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang sped up again. They passed through several mountain ranges and finally found a figure in front of them. It was Yan Nantian. They were overjoyed and quickly rushed over. That's right, it was indeed Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian relied on the map in his hand and his powerful strength to obtain the 7 laws. It could be said that in the entire Devil Cultivation Valley, he was the person with the most laws. When he saw Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian walking towards him together, Yan Nantian was stunned. Could it be that the 2 of them wanted to join forces to kill him? The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Now, even if the 2 of them joined forces, he would not be afraid. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The 2 of them didn't seem to be here to kill him. Instead, they seemed to be running for their lives. This was because he discovered that their faces were pale and their eyes were red. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and their blood was a ghastly sight. Someone was chasing after these 2. Who was it? Yan Nantian was very surprised. Other than him, perhaps only Cloud Sky Saint could hunt down the 2 of them. Could it be Cloud Sky Saint? Was Cloud Sky Saint finally going to make a move? Yan Nantian's gaze was solemn. However, he was soon stunned because he discovered that behind Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang was not Cloud Sky Saint, but a pitch-black figure that looked like a demon. You want to escape? Can you escape? That person let out a cold voice and instantly streaked across the void, charging towards the 2 of them. He gently waved the weapon in his hand, forming a terrifying light that blasted Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang away. Yan Nantian, this person is also here to kill you. At this moment, Zhao Wuliang hurriedly exclaimed. He wanted to drag Yan Nantian down with him. This was the only way for them to survive. Yan Nantian was stunned. A wisp of aura appeared on his body. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. Although he did not know who this person was, he really wanted to fight him. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the great destruction spear flew out. The target was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's face instantly darkened. The other party actually dared to attack him? An incomparable light erupted from his body. However, in an instant his expression changed, and he was blasted away. The light on his body quickly shattered. Boom! Yen Nantian landed on a mountain range in the distance and shattered all 5 peaks. What? Yen Nantian can't block it? Long Xiaotian and Zhao Wuyang's faces turned pale when they saw this scene. This person is too powerful, isn't he? Ah! The mountain range in the distance shattered and a figure rushed out. Yen Nantian's expression was cold and his eyes were like divine swords that swept across the surroundings. Damn it, damn it! How dare the other party injure me? This is unforgivable. Yen Nantian, be careful. That person is using the Great Destruction Spear. It's not an ordinary weapon. Long Xiaotian also reminded him. What? The Great Destruction Spear? Yen Nantian was stunned. Isn't that the weapon of the Great Demon? Why does the person in front of me have it? Moreover, the person in front of me has a monstrous demonic qi. Could it be that Demeng isn't dead? What about the successor of the 9 sons? Is he dead? He thought of many things in an instant. Soon he shook his head. Impossible. The great demon is dead. There's no way he's still alive. The aura of the person in front of me is different from the great demon. He's much stronger than before. Could it be that a new great demon has appeared? Damn it, how could this be? His expression was uncertain. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through the sky and transformed into an endless black dragon. Its monstrous aura tore the void apart and instantly pierced towards Yen Nantian. Humph. So what if the great demon has revived? I'm not afraid of anyone now. I can even trample on a saint. Yen Nantian's voice was grand as the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts quickly circled around him. Buzz! Among them, the vermilion bird phantom opened its mouth and spat out a sky full of raging flames that danced quickly like the sunset. That red light contained a terrifying power that could incinerate all living things. The terrifying blazing fire instantly enveloped the Great Destruction Spear. However, Yen Nantian did not stop. The Great Destruction Spear was a murderous weapon. Its power was naturally terrifying, so he attacked again. After the vermilion bird, the azure dragon also attacked, spitting out waves that filled the sky. The black tortoise was as heavy as a mountain and pressed down like a heavenly eye. The white tiger phantom was even more terrifying. It mainly attacked, turning into a peerless blade that descended from the sky. Its power was simply too strong. It was much more terrifying than Zhao Wuyang's world's edge 8 blades. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The Great Destruction Spear was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian was using it. Lin Xian's physical strength, coupled with the Great Destruction Spear, was absolutely terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through the sky full of light and raging flames. Frenzied blade was also sent flying. He had pierced through all the mystiques and was still charging over in a domineering manner. Chapter 30, 318. Yen Nantian's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. On the other side, Long Xiaotian and Zhao Wuyang's scalps went numb. It seemed that even Yen Nantian might not be able to subdue the other party. The 2 of them had better run. Therefore, the 2 of them turned around and fled. Where could they run to? Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and drew an eternal black crack that directly swallowed the 2 of them. Then he reached out his demonic hand and grabbed the nomological laws on the 2 of them. With a forceful tug, all 5 nomological laws were removed from their bodies. Ah! Miserable screams were heard. The 2 of them were in excruciating pain. At that moment, the black hand slapped down again and smashed their bodies into pieces. It's over. Are the 2 of them going to die here? Long Xiaotian and Zhao Wuyang's faces were filled with despair and regret. However, at that moment, Yen Nantian made his move. A red feather appeared in his hand. He gently danced, and a terrifying fire erupted again. This time, the power was even stronger than before. It directly melted the black hand and separated everything. "How dare you stop me?" Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yan Nantian with a cold expression. "Not only will I stop you, but I'll also kill you." Yan Nantian was also furious. The other party's domineering attitude and powerful strength made him very unhappy and a little uneasy. Such a person had to be dealt with quickly to avoid endless trouble. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang took advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape with the blood mist wrapped around them. Lin Xian ignored them. Although the two of them were powerful and invincible in the eyes of outsiders, they were no different from ants in his eyes. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Yan Nantian in front of him was not necessarily the same. The other party was the successor of a great emperor and had many tricks up his sleeve. It would not be easy to completely kill him. However, this time was also a good time to find out how strong Yan Nantian had become. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Lin Xian snorted coldly and fixed the Great Destruction spear in the void. With a boom, the void within 1,000,000 miles was quickly shattered. It could not withstand this attack at all. "No one can stop me." Yan Nantian was also very confident. The fiery red feather in his hand bloomed with an unparalleled brilliance. The vermilion bird divine feather? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could see that the feather was very mysterious and had terrifying Dao runes on it. It should be one of the vermilion bird's treasures. Who would have thought that it would end up in Yan Nantian's hands? Looks like the Vermilion Bird Palace truly valued Yan Nantian to the extreme. The vermilion bird divine feather waved, and suddenly the entire world trembled. Flames danced about, turning into an enormous vermilion bird. It soared into the sky, spreading its wings and covering heaven and earth. This scene was simply too terrifying. Everyone in the Devil Cultivation Valley saw this scene. They raised their heads and looked at the sky, feeling incomparably terrified. Who was it? Was it Yan Nantian? The gigantic vermilion bird also had the law of fire. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. That unparalleled power could suppress everything. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The black flames on his body also burned fiercely. At this moment, he fully released his 9-yang divine body. Like a black god of war, the Great Destruction spear in his hand danced wildly. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts surrounded the sky. The Great Destruction spear carried with it a terrifying law of fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an enormous black dragon and collided with the vermilion bird's phantom. The two behemoths were crazily fighting. Their power spread all over the place. Even the people outside the Devil Cultivation Valley were stunned. They naturally felt the terrifying aura. Who was fighting? Was it Yan Nantian and Cloud Sky Saint? No. Why do I feel a monstrous demonic aura? Could it be a demonic creature that originally existed in the valley? They were all stunned. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also had serious expressions because they felt the aura of the vermilion bird divine feather. It was obvious that one of them was Yan Nantian. But who was the other person? They didn't know. The battle was extremely intense. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. The vermilion bird phantom was torn apart, and Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He charged over with the Great Destruction spear. He was too powerful. The void around Yan Nantian quickly shattered. Yan Nantian had no choice but to form a hand seal and enlarge the vermilion bird divine feather in his hand. It was like a wall of fire blocking in front of him. With a clang, the Great Destruction spear collided with the vermilion bird divine feather, making a shocking sound. That sound wave was simply too terrifying. Everything in the surroundings was quickly reduced to ashes by the sound wave. Even Yan Nantian's body trembled violently. Many cracks appeared on his body. Ah! He roared angrily. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts on his body instantly enveloped him. The cracks on his body quickly healed. He raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly his pupils shrank. Damn it, his opponent seemed to be fine. Under such a powerful sound wave, his opponent's body didn't crack? What kind of physique was that? A supreme demonic physique? How could it be so strong? Although he didn't have a bloodline physique, he had a great inheritance. After the inheritance, he cultivated the great emperor physique, which was also incomparably powerful. However, at that moment, in front of the sound wave, his physique cracked, but his opponent was unscathed. There were only two possibilities. First, his opponent's physique far surpassed his of the same level. Second, his opponent's physique surpassed his in terms of realm. That was the physique of a sage. Could it be that his opponent was really a sage? Was there another hidden sage other than the Cloud Sky Sage? Yan Nanshan's face was a little ugly. However, he soon snorted. So what if he was a sage? This was a world of its own. He had 7 nomological laws. Even if he was a sage, he could still kill him. Sun and moon splitting the sky. Yan Nantian roared angrily. The power on his body suddenly transformed into the sun and moon. They kept spinning above his head. The two powers seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The sun and moon splitting the sky was a kind of great magical power that caused the world to fantasize. Yan Nantian used this magical power to attack Lin Xian. Chaotic Demon Fist. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in one hand and kept waving his other fist, throwing out countless fist shadows. Each of them was like a black sun that collided with the sun and moon. Boom! 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 Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was definitely not inferior to a sage's physique. His power was terrifying. Coupled with the black phantoms that he deliberately created, it was really terrifying to the extreme. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was surprised, as expected of the great emperor's successor. Interesting. One had to know that Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang couldn't resist his punch at all. However, his opponent could actually block it. Moreover, it looked like he was handling it with ease. One had to admit that the great emperor's magical power was indeed terrifying. He could actually resist a sage's physique? Chapter 30, 319. But thinking about it, a great emperor was a super existence that could suppress the universe. Every great emperor was the most powerful and terrifying expert in the world. How could his inheritance be weak? Yan Nantian was also shocked. The inheritance of a great emperor was so terrifying that he had never failed. Especially in recent years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. He was confident that he could kill even a saint. But now, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. What kind of power did his opponent have? An apocalyptic strike. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he used the Great Spear of Destruction. The demonic aura on it surged into the sky, transforming into a millstone of destruction. This was also a great demon's ability. When Lin Xian had used it previously, he had beaten Long Zhaotian and Yan Nantian until they screamed in pain. But now, he had used the power of the Great Spear of Destruction to evolve it. Its power was definitely more terrifying than before. Sure enough, the Great Spear of Destruction fell with the phantom of the apocalyptic demonic millstone. With a boom, it sent the sun and moon splitting open, the sky flying. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, there were 3 figures hiding in the dark, secretly observing. These 3 people were not together. Instead, they were standing in 3 different directions and were on guard against each other. The auras of the 3 of them were incomparably hazy, but they were also very powerful. They didn't care about the energy storm at all. The laws on their bodies flickered with incomparable light, forming vortexes one after another. Yan Nantian was indeed the successor of a great emperor. He was so powerful. But who was the person holding the Great Spear of Destruction? A saint's body. Could it be that he was the same as us and had his saint's clone forcefully taken away? The last person only narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan Nantian. sun and moon splitting open the sky. So he had obtained the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. If this guy grew up, he would be incredible. The three figures were like ghosts, hiding in the void, watching silently. The battle between Lin Xian and Yan Nantian was getting more and more intense. The two of them had exchanged thousands of moves, and all kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. Yan Nantian enlarged the vermilion bird divine feather and turned it into a flaming divine sword to fight back. In the end, Yan Nantian used the great emperor's secret technique to reach Lin Xian's side. With a slash of his sword, he slashed apart the demonic qi on Lin Xian's body. It landed on Lin Xian's body. With a clang, the long sword pierced into his flesh. However, Lin Xian used his powerful strength to clamp down on the sword. He did not let the vermilion bird divine feather sink into it again. Are you finally going to fight me? But do you think you can run away after injuring me? Lin Xian smiled, even though he was injured. So what? The great spear of destruction in his hand pierced through Yan Nantian's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Both of them were injured. However, Yan Nantian was clearly more seriously injured. His body had been pierced through. Lin Xian only suffered a small cut. Wang. Lin Xian snorted coldly as the illusions of the four divine beasts pulled him away from the great obliteration spear. At the same time, he withdrew the vermilion bird divine feather. After retreating far away, the wound on Yan Nantian's body began to heal. Countless laws shrouded the wound. Lin Xian's body shook as well. The laws of wood, the art of longevity, and the power of the 9-yang divine body quickly healed his wound. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full strength just now. After Yan Nantian's wound healed, his expression turned cold. 9 ancient runes appeared on his body. The runes shone brightly and completely enveloped his body, increasing his defensive power once again. These 9 emperor runes could not only defend, but also attack. They had endless magical uses. Even a true sage would have to be careful if they encountered them. Is that so? Do you think I've used my full strength? Lin Xian also smiled. Inside his body, the great dragon's sword soul roared again. His combat power increased again. The great obliteration spear charged forward. This time its power was doubled. Yan Nantian also waved the 9 runes and charged forward. Clang! The sound of a collision was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, even the expressions of the 3 figures hiding in the void changed, and they quickly retreated. Damn it, what's going on? These 2 people didn't use their full strength before. Their strength was so terrifying that the 3 of them were extremely shocked. At the same time, another figure came and watched silently. The aura on his body was even more terrifying because he was Cloud Sky Saint. Cloud Sky Saint's gaze was firmly fixed on the 2 figures below. He had no intention of attacking. After hundreds of moves, Yan Nantian's expression turned ugly. He had used the 9 emperor runes, but they were still evenly matched. Damn it, how was this possible? The Dharma treasure in his opponent's hand was also so terrifying. What kind of secret technique did the other party use to be able to be mentioned in the same breath as it? Emperor runes? Not bad indeed. Lin Xian sneered. The great dragon's sword soul roared again and attacked 81 times in a row. The terrifying black light turned into a torrent and blasted the 9 emperor runes. Intense collisions were heard. In the end, something shocking happened. A crack appeared on one of the emperor runes. Damn it, how was this possible? Yan Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief. These were emperor runes. Although he couldn't use all of his power in his current realm, just the power that he could use was enough to contend with a sage. The other party had actually broken it. How did he do it? Damn it. 81 attacks, all hit the same place. This guy's control was quite precise. Yan Nantian hurriedly waved his hand and the 9 emperor runes revolved. Crack, crack, crack. Countless lightning bolts appeared between the 9 emperor runes and connected with each other, completely enveloping Yen Nanshan's body. At this moment, Yen Nantian seemed to have become a thunder god's body. Thunder god transformation. This was naturally a very terrifying superpower in the great emperor's inheritance. It was even more terrifying than the sun and moon splitting the sky. Although Yen Nanshan's thunder god's body was created by a superpower, he was confident that it wouldn't lose to any body constitution. Whether it was the supreme demon body or the sacred body, he was confident that he could contend against them. This was the means of a great emperor. Buzz. After transforming into a thunder god's body, Yen Nanshan's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. In an instant, he attacked 100,000 times. Terrifying lightning bolts, combined with the vermilion bird divine feather, attacked crazily. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian didn't show any signs of weakness. The great destruction spear danced, destroying everything. So what if his opponent had transformed into a real thunder god's body? His 9-yang divine body wasn't afraid of anyone. The vermilion bird divine feather and the great destruction spear constantly collided. The two's bodies were also constantly clashing. Every blow could turn a half-sage into ashes. After thousands of collisions, the two retreated. Lin Xian's body was still filled with demonic aura. On the other side, several cracks had appeared on Yen Nanshan's body. Although they weren't big at a glance, it was a ghastly sight. Chapter 30, 320. Seeing this, Lin Xian laughed. He waved the spear of destruction again and activated the snap of fingers. The great destruction spear rushed out, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything in the blink of an eye. Yen Nantian snorted and attacked. He still used the body of the thunder god and the vermilion bird divine feather. However, the power of the snap of fingers spread out and shrouded Yen Nantian. Not good. Yen Nanshan's face changed. He found that there were more cracks on his body. Not only that, the lightning on his body dissipated quickly as if it was flowing in reverse. In the end, all the lightning disappeared. Yen Nanshan's body of the thunder god was broken. Buzz. Another snap of fingers. Yen Nantian was injured again. Many cracks appeared on his body as if he was going to turn into ashes. Damn it! Yen Nantian roared. The body of the thunder god was formed again. At the same time, the sun and moon danced wildly and attacked. In addition, he used an extremely terrifying divine ability from the great emperor's inheritance. Sky-destroying finger. Yen Nantian stretched out a finger. 7 laws danced on it and intertwined, forming a terrifying Tao pattern. A terrifying aura spread out between heaven and earth and gathered on the finger. It was as if the finger could pierce the sky and destroy everything. At this moment, the other martial artists in the Demon Cultivation Valley were trembling in fear. Although they did not know what was happening, the aura was too terrifying. Damn it, it's the sky-destroying finger. This Yen Nantian, he even learned this move? Among the 3 figures, one of them exclaimed. This was an extremely powerful, great, mystic power. Back in the day, the great Emperor Hongwu could destroy hundreds of starry sky worlds with a single strike of the heavenly finger. It could be said that its power was terrifying. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. His opponent's finger posed a great threat to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his divine ability. On the spear of destruction, flames danced and formed a black lotus. Fiery lotus of destruction. Lin Xian brandished the great obliteration spear and smashed the black lotus away. At the same time, his opponent's sky obliteration finger was also unleashed. One was a great emperor superpower, and the other was a law superpower. When the two collided, the power was too terrifying. At this moment, the 3 spectators and Cloud Sky Saint all retreated. A huge black hole appeared in the Devil Cultivation Valley. The people outside the valley were stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? What kind of divine ability was this? Heavens? Could it be that two saints were fighting? The two great divine abilities clashed in the air with incomparable radiance. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian both felt a violent impact. Block for me. The 9 monarch marks on Yan Nantian's body spun continuously as lightning once again surrounded his body. Body of the Thunder God. On the other side, Lin Xian also pushed his 9-yang divine body to the limit. Countless forces hit his body, producing clanging sounds. After the first strike, the two of them charged forward again. It was the extermination fiery lotus against the heaven extermination finger. The two of them clashed 3 times. Their bodies were injured and cracks were all over. In the blink of an eye, sun and moon under the heavens, the sun and moon rose in the sky. Another 2 great divine abilities appeared. Lin Xian used a law superpower again. Yan Nantian relied on his body of the Thunder God and used the sun and moon again. The combination of the two was also a terrifying, great divine ability. The two of them attacked without any regard for their lives. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone hid. In the Devil Cultivation Valley, those who were weaker directly fainted. Some were even affected by the shock waves. Their bodies split into a bloody mist. I surrender. Screams rang out one after another. They were thrown out by a huge force. Those who were weaker all left. There was no other way. Although they were unwilling, they didn't want to be blasted to ashes by this force. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already escaped to a safe place. At this moment, they were looking into the distance at the apocalyptic scene and the terrifying power. Their bodies were all trembling. It was too terrifying. These two people were really terrifying. In their opinion, they were both top half-saints. They even thought that they could compete with Yan Nantian. They could even trample on the other party. But now they found that they were wrong. Yan Nantian might not have been as good as them a few years ago, but now he had surpassed them. This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. This time, it was impossible for them to win the championship. It would be good enough if they could guarantee to be in the top 5. In front of them, countless destructive cracks spread rapidly. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian's figures appeared. Both of their bodies were damaged. Countless bloody holes appeared on Yan Nantian's body. His entire body was riddled with holes. There were also several large cracks on Lin Xian's body. One of the slashes almost cut him in half. The successor of the great emperor? He was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian found that Yan Nantian was indeed very strong. He was not weaker than the great demon at all, as expected of the successor of the great emperor. On the other side, Yan Nantian was also extremely shocked. Damn it, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. Perhaps even an ordinary saint could not do this. Who was this person? Could it be that he was also a successor of the great emperor? Damn it! I admit that you are very strong, but unfortunately I still won this battle. Speaking of this, a bright light appeared in Yan Nantian's eyes. The 9 runes around him suddenly changed. They turned into 9 light vortexes and began to madly absorb the power of heaven and earth around them. Then they poured into his body and repaired his injuries. I have the great emperor's superpower. No matter if it is attack, defense, or recovery, they are all unparalleled in the world. Although your strength is comparable to mine, what about recovery? I can recover in an instant. What about you? Can you compete with me? Seeing the bloody holes on Yan Nantian's body quickly healing, Lin Xian also smiled. You are too confident. You are underestimating the world. Today, I will show you my superpower, Nirvana Rebirth. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his fingers. Suddenly, the black flames around him jumped. They turned into a monstrous fire and enveloped him. A mysterious and terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian seemed to have been reborn from the fire. The cracks on his body were also quickly repaired. Moreover, his speed was not slower than Yan Nanshan's. In fact, he was even faster. There were still 3 holes on Yan Nanshan's body that had not healed. On the other side, Lin Xian took a step forward. The Great Destruction spear in his hand rushed out again. This time, Lin Xian mobilized the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body and integrated it into the Great Destruction spear. Suddenly, the Great Destruction spear seemed to have been given a soul. It came alive and trembled nonstop. It turned into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long and rushed over. In an instant, it engulfed Yan Nantian. Chapter 30, 3:21. Boom, 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 boom. The Valley of Demon Cultivation shook violently as if it was about to break apart. The terrifying energy caused the people outside of the Devil Cultivation Valley to tremble. Not good. Yan Nantian was in danger. They could feel the demonic aura below them, and Yan Nanshan's aura seemed to have weakened. The faces of the Vermilion Bird Palace elders changed. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy in the Valley of Demon Cultivation lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Yan Nantian had been smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. More than half of his head had been shattered. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had almost been killed. It was over. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction spear again and rushed over. The remaining half of Yan Nanshan's head screamed. Damn it! Just you wait. I won't let you go. A beam of light shot out from between his brows. It shattered the void and then drilled into it, disappearing without a trace. He had escaped. The people who were secretly watching the battle were stunned. Yan Nantian, the successor of Adarch, had been beaten half to death. Had he escaped? This scene was simply too dreamy. Lin Xian took a deep breath and kept the Great Destruction spear. He then rushed into the sky. He disappeared into the void. Let's go, Yan Ruyu said to the Northern Devil in the distance. The Northern Devil nodded. He knew that Yan Ruyu had brought him to meet that person. He was just curious. Who was that person? He had an answer in his heart, but he couldn't believe it. Lin Xian landed on a mountain. Yan Ruyu had brought the Northern Devil over. Looks like you succeeded. Yan Ruyu smiled. Lin Xian shook his head. He had used up 1 Tharch regeneration talisman this time. However, he didn't know how many Tharch regeneration talismans he had. Lin Xian had seen the Tharch regeneration talisman before. Back in Skyfire City, Yan Nantian had tried to take the Great Destruction Divine Furnace. In the end, he had almost been killed by the furnace. Yan Nantian had used the Tharch regeneration talisman once. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. If he allowed the other party to exhaust him once more, the other party would most likely not be able to escape when the final ranking was decided. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill the other party. Oh right, who are you? Yan Ruyu told me that we knew each other. Who are you? The North Demon asked. Lin Xian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and pulled out the Spear of Annihilation, stabbing it into the void behind him. With a loud boom, a huge black hole was pierced through the void behind him. A silhouette left quickly, leaving behind a trail of blood. Within the blood, there were traces of the power of laws. It was extremely terrifying. Someone was there. Seeing this scene, the northern monster was shocked, and Yan Ruyu's expression was grave. Lin Xian repelled that person. Then a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked in 2 other directions. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really want me to attack? It was quiet all around. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if there was no one around. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Through his heavenly secret god eyes, he could see that there were 2 more figures hiding in the surroundings. And they were hidden really well. Even he could only see a blurry figure. But that was enough. He would use the Spear of Annihilation to strike out 2 more times, causing endless black holes to appear in those 2 directions. Only then would the two of them leave. After the three of them left, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The auras of the three of them were not ordinary. They had already surpassed Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian. He reckoned that they wouldn't be too far off from Yan Nantian. After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. What was going on? Why were there such terrifying experts again? Yan Ryu said they should be the three fellas who had their clones of the saints sent down. Their powers were really strange, and they could even use some special mystic skills. Don't let them sneak up on you. Don't worry, if we were to fight one-on-one, they wouldn't be a match for me. But I have my ways. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Were these people here for him, or for the spear of annihilation in his hand? In this battle, the spear of annihilation was too dazzling. It could easily defeat a half-saint like Long Zhaotian. Even Yan Nantian had escaped. One could imagine that everyone's eyes would be on the spear of annihilation in his hand. Even saints would be jealous of such a peerless weapon. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the North Demon again. You should have guessed who I am. That's right, your guess is the answer. Lin Xian did not remove the black flames on his body because he was afraid that someone would peep at him from the side. The answer was very obvious. Is it really you? After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. He was really shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to not only not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. He even obtained the treasure of the great demon, the Spear of Annihilation. It was really unbelievable. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder. I knew it. You wouldn't die so easily. You wouldn't die so easily. Are you sure? At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, the surrounding void shattered and the ground cracked open. A figure descended forcefully. The North Demon's pupils constricted. Yenryu's expression also changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Endless black flames rose from his body and turned into a black canopy that blocked the attack. The figure faced the canopy. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Cloud Sky Saint, Yenryu exclaimed. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly. I can hold him back for a while. Hurry up and leave. It's not easy to fight now. Yenryu stepped forward. The North Demon said, I can hold on for a while. He also stepped forward. In their opinion, Lin Xian had just experienced a life-and-death battle with Yan Nantian. He was probably much weaker. If he fought with a saint now, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian said there's no need. I'm fine. Moreover, my combat strength has returned to its peak. Previously, he had suffered serious injuries. However, he had used the law of divine ability and the Nirvana rebirth technique to recover his body. Moreover, after the battle, he had used another law of divine ability to recuperate. Therefore, he had basically recovered to his peak. Even if he faced a saint, he would not be at a disadvantage. Above, the cloud sky saint revealed a disdainful expression when he saw the three of them fighting to attack him. Ignorant ants. I'm not someone that trash can compare to. I'm a true saint. The divine chains of order on his body rattled. It was very terrifying. He stared at Lin Xian. Although I don't know who you are, you're very suspicious. You might be the murderer of the Yun family's prodigy. However, that's not important now. I've taken a fancy to the Spear of Annihilation in your hand. Hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 30, 322. Not good. The other party is also here for the Great Destruction Spear. Yenryu and the Northern Devil's heart sank. They knew that this treasure would definitely make the sages go crazy. If you want the Great Destruction Spear, let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian instantly attacked. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. At the same time, he said, You two back off, I can handle this. Yenryu and the Northern Devil retreated once again because they knew that this battle would not be any weaker than the previous one. Cloud Sky Sage did not take it head-on. In fact, he was like a cloud in a painting. instantly disappearing and dodging the attack. In the next moment, countless clouds of mist condensed in the distance, and his figure appeared. "Useless brat, I let you escape last time, but I won't let you escape this time." He waved his hand and activated his saint domain. It enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying light surrounded the area, shocking everyone. The people in the demonic cultivation valley heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle was over and they would be safe. However, they cried out in alarm once again. Another wave of power that was the same as before erupted, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing them to almost go crazy. Heavens, who's fighting who this time? The people outside the demonic cultivation valley were also stunned. What's going on? Why is there another battle? Could it be that Yan Nantian has returned? In the Saint domain, Cloud Sky Sage became a dominating existence and began to surround Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. He actually pierced through the Saint domain and flew in a certain direction. "You can't escape." Cloud Sky Sage chased after him. The two of them were very fast, turning into streaks of light. Everywhere they passed, a terrifying wave of energy swept over like a wave, causing everyone to run away. In front, Lin Xian sneered as he flew. Running away? What a joke! He was not running away. Instead, he thought of a way to suppress Cloud Sky Sage. Previously, when Lin Xian had used the Great Spear of Destruction to summon the demonic qi, he had sensed that something had changed in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The demonic cultivation valley, from the name, one could tell that it was related to demons. Lin Xian's use of the Great Destruction spear might have alarmed some unexpected changes in the mountain valley. Now he was using this change to deal with Cloud Sky Saint. Holding the Great Destruction spear, Lin Xian carefully sensed his surroundings. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and scanned his surroundings. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had completely left the surroundings and flew towards the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind. He did not care. In his opinion, there was nothing that could threaten him. Found it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He discovered that in the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley, there was a devil pond. On both sides of the demonic pond, there were 2 ancient palaces. It was similar to the palace they had cultivated in before, but it was even more majestic and ancient. Lin Xian arrived in front of the ancient palace and turned around. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind and also landed. He looked at the 2 palaces in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Is this the grave you chose for yourself? It's not bad to have 2 palaces with you. However, since you dared to run so far, I'll destroy your body and soul." Terrifying laws rose from Cloud Sky Saint's body. His sacred region descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian once again. Lin Xian sneered and retreated. Cloud Sky Saint chased after him. When he retreated to the middle of the 2 palaces, Lin Xian stabbed the Great Destruction spear into the demonic pond below. Boom! A terrifying tremor spread out. It seemed like the Great Destruction spear had awakened something. Buzz! A black aura instantly rushed out and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint. Then it pulled them into the demonic pond below. Break! Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul instantly merged with the Great Destruction spear and pierced through the sky to escape. He was always prepared, so his reaction was extremely fast. Cloud Sky Saint was one step too late. He had never expected that there would be a trap here that could threaten him. By the time he reacted and wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. He was pulled into the demonic pond. Gurgle, gurgle. The demonic pond splashed and then became extremely calm. Lin Xian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and left. Who knew what was inside? But it could definitely threaten a saint. This way, he should have gotten rid of this guy, right? Lin Xian returned. On the other side, Yan Ruyu and the North Demon were extremely anxious. They did not expect that Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint would leave after exchanging a few blows. Did Lin Xian lose? They did not know, so they chased after him to take a look. But halfway through, they realized that Lin Xian had returned. "Are you okay?" Yenryu asked with concern. Lin Xian said, "I'm fine." The North Demon asked if the battle had ended. He did not sense any powerful aura. Where was Cloud Sky Saint? Him. "I don't think he will come out again," Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Yenryu and the Northern Devil both sucked in a breath of cold air. Won't come out again? What did that mean? Could it be that Cloud Sky Saint was dead? A saint had fallen just like that? He was easily killed by Lin Xian? The two of them did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian was powerful, but Cloud Sky Saint was not bad either. He was even stronger than Yan Nantian. Lin Xian saw their confusion and said, "I didn't do it. I lured that guy into the depths of the Demon Cultivation Valley. There seemed to be a terrifying existence there that swallowed both of us. I used the Great Spear of Destruction to escape. That guy probably didn't manage to escape." It turned out to be like this. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time they were puzzled. There was actually an existence that could threaten a saint. It was really frightening. Let's not wander around. Basically, no one is my match now. The others have also been cleaned up. We just need to wait a few days for the first stage to end. Yenryu said in a low voice. Okay. Lin Xian and the North Demon did not refute. The three of them worked together and settled down. The three of them were comprehending. Once they left the Demon Cultivation Valley, the laws they comprehended would disappear. Now was the best time for them to comprehend these laws. The remaining few days were extremely quiet. Even if there were battles, they would not be that intense. Because even someone like Yan Nantian was injured, the others probably would not dare to make a move. Finally, the day that the Devil Cultivation Valley opened once again arrived. Everyone left in a frenzy. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that everything was over. Not only would they survive, but they would also be able to participate in the second stage. Buzz. The first to rush out was Yan Nantian. The four divine beasts circled around him. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he rushed out and met up with the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace. "What's going on?" The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace asked. Chapter 33:23. Seeing that Yan Nantian was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, Yan Nantian's expression was very cold. There was a person below with demonic energy and the Great Destruction spear in his hand. He had to find him, kill him, and snatch the Great Destruction spear. After hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock and surprise. Wasn't the Great Destruction spear something that belonged to the Great Demon? Why would it appear here? Don't ask, capture that guy first. Yan Nantian transmitted his voice and used his soul to transmit the other party's image into the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' minds. These elders saw a man whose entire body was pitch black, like a devil. In his hand was the Great Destruction Spear. "I know. I'll inform the Palace Lord and have him send experts to suppress him," Yan Nantian said. There was no need for half-sages to come. Saints should attack directly. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to escape. All right. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders quietly hid themselves. They probably went back to call the saints to capture him. The others didn't know that the elders and seniors of the various clans and sects heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the cultivators on their side come out. Great, they knew that they could enter the second stage. Where was that kid? The dark rainbow divine dragon looked down, but it still didn't see Lin Xian's figure. The Devil Cultivation Valley opened. Lin Xian and the other two opened their eyes. They could finally leave. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous this time. What about you? Yan Nantian probably wouldn't let this go. Yenryu was a bit worried. Lin Xian said, "It's fine. I can change my appearance and aura. Then we'll separate. He won't be able to find us. All right, you leave first. We'll leave later." Lin Xian nodded. Then the demonic energy on his body disappeared and he became ordinary. His appearance also changed. Some beard even grew on his face. He seemed to have become a 2,000 to 3,000 years old middle-aged man. Yan Ruyu was still worried. She even observed him and realized that she really couldn't find him unless she used some trump card. However, this trump card was very precious. She guessed that the Vermilion Bird Palace elders wouldn't be able to find it. Even saints can't find you like this, unless there's a special saint artifact. All right then, I'll be leaving first. See you in the third stage, Lin Xian said. Then, he flew out and left with the crowd. Outside, the Vermilion Bird Palace acted very quickly. When the elders spread the news, the Vermilion Bird Palace master arrived. Accompanying them were 2 other figures. Of course, these 2 figures were hidden in the void. They didn't release any aura, but their cold eyes were mercilessly looking down on the entire Devil Cultivation Valley. Sages, 2 sages. The Vermilion Bird Palace was truly generous. Although they didn't see anyone, the surrounding people did feel an indescribable pressure. There seemed to be some kind of colossus beside them. Many of the older generation's expressions changed. Perhaps there really were some powerful cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Palace here. It should be at the level of a saint. They quickly quieted down and discussed in low voices. Some people wanted to leave, but they were stopped by the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Our Vermilion Bird Palace master is going to announce the second stage." When these words came out, the crowd couldn't leave. They stayed there uneasy. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others gritted their teeth and looked down. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? They found it hard to believe. Could that guy be hiding inside and not coming out? Next to them there were screams. No, damn it, how is that possible? They realized that their family's geniuses had been killed. The 9-headed Lion King clan, the Black Shark clan, the Dark Shadow clan. In short, most of the geniuses that everyone was familiar with had been killed. This made many people feel that the end of the world was coming. Heavens, there were so many people at the top of the Abyss leaderboard. Had they all died? Who was the one who did it? They didn't dare to believe it. At the same time, Lin Xian also flew up with the remaining people. He narrowed his eyes as he felt 2 gazes from the void shrouding him. He didn't open his Tianji divine eye, nor did he show any abnormalities. Instead, he concealed his aura. At the same time, he snorted coldly in his heart. There were 2 sages here. That damned Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace sent out 2 sages to capture him. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance, so he was very calm now. Following the gazes of the sages, Lin Xian flew out, safe and sound. Next, after waiting for a while, the North Demon and Yan Ruyu also came out. When the 2 of them came out, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang became nervous. Yan Nantian burst out with a biting cold light, and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts soared into the sky, letting out a terrifying howl. "They're here." His expression was serious. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace's eyes lit up, and so did the 2 sages in the dark. They quietly opened their saint domains and enveloped the area. Even a saint would not be able to escape their pursuit. However, they were soon stunned because they realized that other than the North Demon and Yan Ruyu, there was no one else. What was going on? Where was that person? Long Zhaodian and Zhao Wuliang were stunned. Lu Mu also frowned, and Yan Nanshan's expression darkened. He didn't come out. What was going on? Could it be that he guessed that they would send experts to hunt him down, so he hid in the valley and didn't come out? Humph. Thinking of that, he sneered. He secretly transmitted his voice to the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace. One of the sages moved out. He entered the valley below and probed in all directions with his soul. However, he found that there was no trace of anyone else. Everyone had come out. What was going on? They were stunned. Even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down and searched frantically. The others looked at each other. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace still looking for someone? They didn't know. However, those who had participated in the first round were very puzzled. They discovered that there was indeed someone missing. A person with monstrous demonic chi was missing. That shouldn't be. Who was fighting with Yen Nantian? That person. At the same time, another scream was heard. Where was the patriarch? The people of the Yun family went crazy. Everyone came out. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down to search, but their cloud sky saint didn't come out. What was going on? The others naturally noticed and immediately began to discuss. No way. Cloud sky saint didn't come out. Could it be that the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were looking for Cloud Sky Saint? He was a dignified saint who was even more powerful than Yen Nantian. How could there be a problem? Could it be that they found some treasure below? Yen Nantian frowned. That's right. Why didn't Cloud Sky Saint come out? However, they weren't looking for Cloud Sky Saint. Not long after, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace came out. The saint also came out. His powerful saint aura suppressed heaven and earth. Everyone exclaimed. They thought that Cloud Sky Saint had returned, but they realized that it wasn't. It was an unfamiliar saint. However, it seemed that he was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. What was the Vermilion Bird Palace's saint doing here? Everyone was even more puzzled. Chapter 30, 3:24. No. The Vermilion Bird Palace's saint frowned. What is going on? The people of Vermilion Bird Palace looked at Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian's expression changed. Impossible, he couldn't have disappeared. Damn it, he hid? He must know we are looking for him. He is hiding among these people. Yen Nantian looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He scanned these people, but he couldn't figure out who they were. Although many people had been eliminated in the first trial, there were still about 500 people left. He couldn't eliminate them one by one because that would anger them. After all, too many geniuses had died in the first trial. At this moment, all the large families and sects were very angry, especially now that the Cloud Firmament Saint had mysteriously disappeared. If they dared to use force, these people would go berserk. Although they weren't afraid of anyone on planet Suzuku, these people weren't from planet Suzuku. They were from other worlds. Some of them were even very terrifying. If they were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to handle them. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. He will definitely give himself away in the second and third trials. Once he appears, we will lock onto him. At that time, we will slowly deal with him. Yen Nantian's voice was cold. The others nodded. It looked like that was the only thing they could do. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master stood up and said loudly, "There are a total of 505 people who passed the first trial. Next up is the second trial. The second trial is very simple. It is to ascend the Vermilion Bird platform. You have half a day. Those who successfully ascend the Vermilion Bird platform within half a day will advance to the next trial. Those who fail will be eliminated." What? The Vermilion Bird platform. The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed, especially the 500 people who passed the first trial. Their expressions became ugly. The Vermilion Bird platform, the place where the Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao. That place wasn't that easy to ascend. The Vermilion Bird platform had 99 floors. It was a very famous building on planet Sudoku because it was the place where a very terrifying Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao. The Vermilion Bird platform was filled with the aura of a saint, so it was very terrifying. Kings couldn't even get close. Only half saints could go up there. However, reaching the top was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 99 levels of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Most people would be exhausted after a dozen or so levels. They would not be able to withstand that terrifying aura. Perhaps only a true saint or an extremely terrifying half-saint could reach the 99th floor now. Either that, or they had special magical treasures or bloodlines that could counteract the terrifying aura. It seemed that there were not many people who could pass the second stage. The 500 contestants all had serious expressions on their faces. Lin Xian didn't care. Now, follow me to the Vermilion Bird Terrace. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master said coldly. He waved his hand and took the lead to soar into the air. The others could only follow. The two saints did not leave either. Instead, they firmly locked onto the crowd to prevent anyone from escaping. At the same time, they also sent experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace to guard this place to see if the other party was really hiding here. In the beginning, everyone was flying very quickly, but planet Suzaku was very big. Later on, one of the saints activated his saint domain and enveloped everyone, causing their speed to reach an extreme. After flying for about half a day, the group finally came to a stop. The saint domain retracted and everyone looked around. On the brown ground, there was a tall platform that reached into the clouds. There were mottled patterns on it. From afar, it looked like many vermilion birds that had been reborn from the fire. This was the legendary Vermilion Bird Terrace. As soon as they arrived, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from above. Immediately, those people's hearts sank even more. Now, I'll give you 4 hours to recover. After 4 hours, the second stage will begin. What, that short of a time? The expressions of the 500 contestants changed, and they quickly sat down. The elders around them also took out pills with special effects and fed them to them. Lin Xian also sat there without showing anything. It seemed that as long as he entered the platform, everything would be fine. This way, there was no need for him to be too conspicuous. He would wait until the third stage to reveal his identity and kill Yan Nantian. At that time, with so many people watching, the Vermilion Bird Palace would not dare to be too arrogant. After making up his mind, Lin Xian calmed down. He did not have anything to say, but he still put on an act and swallowed 2 pills. The Crimson Dragon also followed the crowd and did not meet up with Lin Xian. He had already received Lin Xian's voice transmission. He mixed in the crowd and watched silently, ready to provide support at any time. For hours quickly passed. Everyone stood up and came to the front of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. The Vermilion Bird Palace Lord waved his hand. With a whoosh, everyone rushed forward. Yan Nantian took the lead. His speed was too fast to the extreme. The pressure on the Vermilion Bird Terrace was nothing to him. In an instant, he passed through the 30th floor. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 50th floor. Then his speed slowed down. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was still extremely terrifying. That was the successor of the emperor, Yan Nantian. He was really too strong. However, at the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the person fighting with Yan Nantian? Was he hiding among the 500 or so people? After Yan Nantian, there were a few people who were also very fast. Among them, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already recovered. Long Zhaotian roared. His body was powerful, and the dragon shadow that surrounded him tore everything apart. Zhao Wuliang was like a peerless divine blade. The two of them were very fast and very eye-catching. After all, the two of them were the hot favorites to win the championship. Of course, there were also some hot favorites to win the championship, but they were nowhere to be found. They knew who had fallen in the first round. At the thought of this, countless people shook their heads and sighed. It was too tragic. They did not expect to lose so many geniuses and powerhouses in the first round. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Yan Nantian, Yan Ruyu and the Northern Demon also attracted the attention of the crowd. That was because the two of them were very strong. Apart from that, Lu Mu and the others were also very eye-catching. However, there were still 3 figures that exceeded everyone's expectations. That was because the 3 figures were very fast, even faster than Long Zhaotian and the others. They were closely following Yan Nantian. Who were those 3 people? They exclaimed in disbelief. That was because those 3 people were very unfamiliar. They were not on the Abyss leaderboard, nor were they the top geniuses of the various great worlds. But the strength of these 3 people was extremely shocking. In the void, the 2 sages stared at the 3 people with bright eyes. Then they revealed a trace of surprise. They actually felt the same aura. It seemed that the 3 of them were not simple. Palace Master. The Elder Kings looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. Chapter 33:25. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very calm. It should be the clone of a saint. It was not a threat to Yen Nantian. She thought that the only threat was the Cloud Sky Saint, but now that he had disappeared, another person with the Great Destruction Spear had appeared. As long as she found that person and got rid of him, no one would be able to threaten Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian was the first to reach the 99th step. He stood at the top like a god, looking down. After him, it was not Long Zhaotian, nor was it Zhao Wuliang. Instead, it was 3 unfamiliar faces. The 3 of them arrived at the high platform with cold smiles on their faces. This scene surprised Yen Nantian. He stared at the 3 of them as if he wanted to confirm if the person he was looking for was among them. However, he couldn't be sure at all. Moreover, the appearance of 3 experts was something he hadn't expected. After them were Long Zhaotian, Yen Ruyu, Zhao Wuliang, Northern Demon, Lumu, and the others. In the end, only 12 people reached the 99th step of the Vermilion Bird platform. The others all stopped. These people sighed incomparably, but they had no choice. They could not go up at all. When the surrounding marshalists saw this, they shook their heads and sighed. Out of 505 people, only 12 would be able to successfully enter the 3rd stage. It had to be said that it was really too cruel. Yen Nantian scanned his surroundings. Apart from the 3 people he didn't recognize, he recognized the rest of the people. However, he also frowned at the last 3 people. One of them was a man with a beard. Of the other 2, one was a beautiful woman. She was from the Sky Qin Palace. The other was dressed in a black robe. His aura was very cold, and he would occasionally laugh sinisterly. It made one's hair stand on end. This strange scene made Yen Nantian frown. He seemed to want to see through this. However, he still did not find anything strange. He laughed coldly. Let's see how you hide when the 3rd stage begins. Next, the 12 people had a day to rest and recover before entering the final ranking battle. The rest of the people waited patiently as spectators. The final battle was in a place called the Ancient Battlefield. This place was left behind by ancient experts. It was very sturdy, and even saints could not break it. Therefore, it was very suitable for this battle. As the person they were looking for had yet to be found, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints decided to travel together. They used their saint domains to envelop everyone and bring them to the Vermilion Bird archaic battlefield. The supreme ancient immortal realms was filled with killing intent. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. When the crowd arrived, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The onlooking martial artists were in the distance. The 12 people participating in the battle came to the front. There were 12 stone platforms in front of them. Everyone jumped up and stood on one. The 12 of them looked at each other from afar. Their eyes glowed brightly as their auras clashed with one another. The palace lord of the Vermilion Bird Palace said coldly as he floated in the air and looked down. The final battle was the ranking competition. The initial ranking was based on the order of the 2nd stage of the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. If anyone was unconvinced, they could issue a challenge. This time, there were no restrictions. They could use any weapons, means, and secret techniques. They could also kill people. This is a battle of honor. The person who obtains the final ranking will receive a generous reward from my Vermilion Bird Palace. Furthermore, your strength will also be witnessed by the powerhouses of the myriad worlds. Therefore, I hope that you won't hold back in this battle. Show me your true strength. After saying those words, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master no longer said anything. An elder walked up as the referee. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a stone platform and looked around. This time, there were simply too many people around him. Experts from many worlds, as well as the representatives of various major forces, were all present. They were the center of attention because, after this battle, the people around them might extend an olive branch to them and invite them to join the different factions. As expected, some people's eyes flashed. They wanted to prove themselves, but Lin Xian did not care. He did not care about joining any faction. All he wanted was the reward for first place, the Earth Tao Stone. There were 2 sages and Yan Nantian around. Although it was dangerous, with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's methods, it was not impossible for them to leave this place. He had already secretly sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, telling him to start laying down arrays around them. So when the time came, he could still leave if he wanted to. Thinking of this, he did not hold back. After the 12 people participating in the battle heard the rules, they also took a deep breath and exploded with a biting cold light. Their auras spread out. In the final battle, they naturally would not hold back. Among them, many people looked at Yan Nantian, because Yan Nantian was first in the initial rankings. If no one defeated him, then the final ranking would probably be Yan Nantian's. Among them, the 3 people who had the sage's clones looked at Yan Nantian and sneered. Long Zhaoyan and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were a little ugly. Previously, they were full of confidence. However, after being injured by the mysterious person, their confidence had taken a hit, so they did not dare to act rashly now. As for the others, Bei Yao looked at Yan Nantian with flickering eyes and sighed. He was no match for Yan Nantian now. Yan Ruyu was very calm. She probably did not care too much about the final ranking. At this moment, a man in a black robe said coldly, "In that case, let's clean up the trash first." He stood up and an unparalleled power erupted from his body. The black aura was like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, Long Zhaoyan and Zhao Wuliang's expressions changed. Could it be that person? Yan Nantian's eyes also exploded with a cold light. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace stared at the other party. Was he the person who had the great spear of destruction? They had finally found their target. The black-robed man stood up, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Who should he eliminate first? He stared at a middle-aged man with a long beard. Then he would eliminate him first. He was currently ranked 10th, and the person he was targeting was ranked 12th. Normally, in a challenge like the last round, one would challenge someone who was ranked higher than them, but this person was challenging someone weaker than them. This scene caused an uproar among the surrounding people. What was this person doing? Damn it, did he come specifically to bully the weak? This was a madman. It would definitely not end well for anyone who was targeted by him. It was over. The bearded man in the last place was probably going to suffer. The 12 people participating in the battle were also stunned, but they soon understood what the other party meant. This person was cleaning up the battlefield and eliminating those who were not qualified to be ranked. However, ordinary people did not need to do that because ants were not worthy of their attention. However, the black-robed man did not seem to care about that. The bearded man in the 12th place narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to attack me?" Chapter 33:26. The bearded man was none other than Lin Xian. After changing his appearance, he was ranked 12th along with the rest. Don't pretend to be mysterious, kid. Don't scare me with those words. I can sense that your aura isn't strong. That's why I'm eliminating you first, because you don't have the right to be ranked on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. I didn't want to attack you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. How dare you threaten me? I'll make you wish you were dead later. The black-robed man's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. There were 12 stone platforms around the battlefield. In the middle was a vast land that was enough for these people to fight. The black-robed man instantly arrived on the ground. He stepped on the red ground and raised his head to look ahead. The aura on his body turned into demonic clouds that covered the sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and came to the front of the battlefield. After he arrived, his appearance quickly changed. He no longer had a big beard. Instead, he had a monstrous demonic aura. The demonic aura on his body was even more terrifying than that of the black-robed man. With a boom, he pulled out the Great Destruction Spear and stabbed it into the ground. The entire ground shook nonstop. It was as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. What a terrifying demonic aura! The spectators from afar were stunned. The prodigies on the 12 stone platforms were also stunned. Yan Nanqian's pupils constricted as he stood up abruptly. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's really here. He's hiding among them. The Vermilion Bird Palace masters' eyes lit up. The two sages also snorted coldly. Has he appeared? They stared at the other party. It was indeed the Great Destruction Spear. A hint of greed appeared in their eyes. This kind of weapon was incomparably precious to them. Kid, you've really appeared. Yan Nantian shouted coldly. The aura on his body burned. It seemed that he also wanted to attack. Lin Xian looked at him. Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can't fight now. But don't worry. Once I'm done with this person, it'll be your death. Everyone was shocked. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. How dare he challenge Yan Nantian? Isn't he afraid of being killed? However, the people participating in the battle were terrified. They remembered the nightmare of the first stage. What's going on? Why are you trembling? The others didn't know what was going on, but they quickly understood. It was very likely that this person was the one who had fought fiercely with Yan Nantian and successfully injured him. And the weapon in his hand was very likely the legendary Great Destruction Spear. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction. Could it be that the great demon had been revived? These people were incomparably excited. As for the black-robed man, he was so scared that he peed his pants. His body began to tremble, and his face turned pale. Wait, I don't want to fight you anymore. I admit defeat. To be honest, he even had the heart to die. He originally thought that the 12th place was a piece of trash that he could easily eliminate. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. This was a demon king. This was a giant that could even injure Yan Nantian. How could he dare to fight with such a person? He hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Xian said, "Begging for mercy is impossible. I gave you a chance just now, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Your great spear of annihilation will pierce through everything." No, damn it. The black-robed man was scared out of his wits. He quickly dodged and used a powerful divine ability to tear through the void, wanting to escape. The great spear of destruction pierced through his body. With a forceful shake, the black-robed man was torn into pieces. Even his soul had been destroyed. A peerless powerhouse who had successfully reached the 3rd stage couldn't even block a single attack from the opponent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. What a powerful strength! Who is this person? After Lin Xian killed his opponent with a single spear, he looked around. Who else dares to challenge me? A cold voice sounded, and the surrounding people all fell silent. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang trembled, their faces filled with despair. They didn't even have the courage to challenge him now. Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. The northern demons were extremely shocked. The Skychin Palace's genius, Lu Mu, and the others also had serious expressions. They even lowered their heads under Lin Xian's gaze. The scene was silent. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Yan Nantian. "Now we can start." Before he could finish a sentence, a man sneered. "Wait, I'll fight you. Why is there someone else?" Everyone thought that after Lin Xian used the Great Spear of Destruction, he would be able to suppress everything. Yan Nantian was probably the only one who could fight him. However, they didn't expect that halfway, another person would appear. They hurriedly looked over. That person stood up. It was an unfamiliar person. Originally, Yanantian was already impatient. It wasn't easy for him to fight, but he was suddenly stopped. He was very unhappy. He wanted to see who was so bold. However, when he saw that person, he was stunned. It's him. Yanantian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the person who stood up was one of the 3 unfamiliar faces. The others were also very puzzled and exclaimed, "It's that person. He's so unfamiliar. Yes, I don't know who he is, but I remember that in the second stage he was second only to Yanantian and was even faster than Long Zhaotian. In that case, he's also an expert." "That's right. However, I don't know if he can contend against that demon." Everyone discussed. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the other party. "Oh, you want to fight? Do you know the consequences of fighting me?" "Humph, kid. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not." "Buzz." As he spoke, that person came to the front. It was a gloomy young man. His face was pale and a little sickly, but his gaze was sharp. After he arrived on the field, he smiled. "After hiding for so long, it's time to show my true strength." "Buzz." The aura on his body erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. An incomparably terrifying power spread out. The laws in the sky danced, and it was abnormally terrifying. "What? A saint? It's actually a saint." Those people in the distance all screamed. Even Long Zhaotian and the others were stunned. There was a saint hidden among them. They really found it hard to believe. One had to know that Cloud Sky Saint had already made them feel pressured. Now that Cloud Sky Saint had disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, they didn't expect that other than Cloud Sky Saint, there were actually other saints. "Haha, kid, do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me now?" The pale-faced man sneered. "A mere clone of a saint dares to be arrogant in front of me?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'm not even afraid of a real saint, let alone a clone." Chapter 33:27. What? A saint's clone? So he wasn't a real saint? But that was still very terrifying. He had already surpassed Long Zhaotian and was second only to a real saint. How would he compare to Yanantian? But it was definitely terrifying. Could that demon king really be defeated? Everyone was discussing. The sickly man sneered after hearing that. "I didn't expect you to have some eyesight and recognize my origin. However, this isn't an ordinary clone. This body of mine can unleash about 70% of my strength. You definitely won't be able to block it." The pale man's lips curled into a cold smile. "Cut the crap. Let's fight and we'll know." Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. His voice was sonorous, and the demonic qi on his body was unparalleled. "Reckless brat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The pale man sneered and then waved his finger. Purple laws filled the sky and danced quickly. Divine chains of laws intertwined to form a purple gourd. The purple gourd bloomed with incomparable light. The flame aura on it was very terrifying. It was even misty. Purple cloud law. This was a very terrifying law. It had the power of both the cloud and fire laws. At this moment, it was really terrifying. Buzz. The purple gourd grew bigger, and the laws on it quickly revolved, forming a purple vortex. It could burn everything and seemed to want to suck Lin Xian in. Lin Xian roared and waved the Great Destruction Spear. It carried the metal and annihilation laws. Boom! The metal law was incomparably sharp. The annihilation laws could melt everything. With this attack, they shot straight into the sky. The attack landed on the purple gourd. The purple gourd kept shaking. The metal law and the power of the Great Destruction Spear caused the gourd's light to dim. The annihilation laws caused the flames to quickly disappear. After that attack, the purple gourd was sent flying. "You're just S.O." Lin Xian sneered. The pale man opposite him changed his expression. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? It must be because of the Great Destruction Spear. I want this thing. He reached out his hand and attacked. At the same time, the purple gourd floated above his head, spewing out purple flames. In front of them was a sea of fire, and the mist was hazy, making it hard for them to see clearly. They could only use their great gods to forcefully see. However, the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Lin Xian was really too powerful. The great spear of destruction struck out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to buzz and tremble. Countless cracks spread out, and in the end, the purple gourd shattered and pierced through the man's body. Ah! The pale-faced man screamed crazily, trying to break free. However, the great destruction spear was an extremely terrifying weapon. How could he possibly break free? The purple cloud law quickly revolved around his body. Like a cloud, his body became faintly discernible and dim. Only then did he escape from the great spear of destruction. His body permeated the sky as if he had turned into a world of his own. A cold voice rang out, "Brett, I want you dead." However, in the next moment he screamed. Lin Xian's great dragon, sword soul, surged out from his body. It had the power to destroy everything. Together with the great destruction spear, it directly pierced through the purple clouds. Immediately, fresh blood flowed out. A miserable cry rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The pale-faced young man's body appeared from time to time. Sometimes it would condense and sometimes turn into clouds. It was very strange. How is this possible? You actually broke my laws. He was too shocked. Zhao Wuliang and the others were terrified. That was a great divine power of a saint. It could transform one's body into a world of its own. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. Those below the saint level could not do anything about it. However, the other party had done it. The other two saint clones also frowned. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Yan Nantian also sneered. The others were stunned. The two saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. I've said it before. I don't care about mere clones. Even if your true body comes, I can still kill it, let alone you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he attacked again. He was too strong. He carried a sky full of demonic qi and charged over again. The pale-faced man was so angry that he roared crazily. As expected, he had never been treated like this before. He was a saint's clone. No one below the saint level was his match. The saint domain flew out, and the entire world turned purple. Terrifying energy roared. He wanted to use his powerful strength to suppress Lin Xian. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. Gray flames danced on his body. The great destruction spear pierced through heaven and earth, directly piercing through the saint domain. In the end, the pale-faced man was pierced again and nailed to the ground. The tail of the great destruction spear shook, shattering heaven and earth. The miserable cry made one's scalp go numb. If we fight again, I'll destroy your body and soul. I admit defeat. The man hurriedly begged for mercy. There was no choice. He was no match for the other party at all. Perhaps it was, as the other party said, perhaps only his true body could do this. Hearing that the other party had admitted defeat, Lin Xian withdrew the great destruction spear and stood in the void. The man absorbed the power of heaven and earth and returned to the stone platform. His expression was extremely ugly. Who else? Lin Xian asked in a clear voice. I'll do it. The other saint's clone stood up. Although he knew that the other party was powerful, he had to try it himself. Otherwise, he would be even more unwilling. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said in a deep voice. He looked at the two saints' clones. Damn brat, how dare you look down on us? The two saints' clones were instantly furious. Join forces to attack others? They disdained to do so. The others also felt their scalps go numb. What is this guy doing? Isn't he too arrogant? That's right. One clone might not be as strong as a real saint, but two clones joining forces is definitely not weaker than a real saint. Does this guy really think that he can resist them? Everyone was discussing. They all thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Being young and arrogant is probably not a good thing. Lin Xian said, "If the two of you join forces, you still have a chance to fight against me. Otherwise, you're not my match at all in a one-on-one fight. You're not worthy to fight against me. Good boy, since you're courting death, don't blame us." The two saints' clones stood out. The two of them were very strange. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other looked like a young man in his late teens. Although their appearances were different, they were undoubtedly two old monsters. At this moment, they were the clones of two saints. Join forces to take him down, then fight Yan Nantian. An extremely cold light burst out from their eyes. Chapter 30, 328. Everything was law. The young man, who was about 18 or 19 years old, roared angrily. Ghostly chi suddenly emerged from his body. His face also became incomparably ferocious. A ghost realm flew out from his body and danced nonstop. This person actually comprehended the ghost Dao laws. Many people exclaimed and felt their hair stand on end. Everything was law. Everything in the world could be comprehended into law. It just depended on whether you could comprehend it. However, most of the 5 elements were the easiest to comprehend. They were also the most basic laws. Of course, they were also the most difficult to cultivate to the top. Apart from that, there were also the evolved laws of the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, and ice. These laws were also very common. Of course, if a saint was powerful, it was very likely that they would comprehend rare laws, such as the ghost Dao laws, or laws that were similar to synthesis. Once cultivated, the power would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, the ghost Dao laws were truly terrifying. The entire world seemed to have become the ghost Dao world. 10,000 ghosts ate the heart. The young man became the ruler of the ghost Dao world. With a command, countless evil ghosts appeared around Lin Xian. They wanted to tear his body apart and steal his heart. "You overestimate yourself." Lin Xian sneered. An ocean instantly appeared around him, swallowing the evil ghosts. One after another, blue vortexes revolved around him. The ghost Dao and the water Dao laws collided, producing a sonorous sound. Dao, laws fragments. "Looks like you're still a half-saint. You can't do anything to me. 100 ghosts parade. Kill them all." The young man sneered. Suddenly, a terrifying black shadow appeared in his ghost Dao world. The black shadow wore ancient black battle armor and held a black spear. It seemed that this was the leader of the 100 ghosts. Behind him, there were 99 extremely terrifying evil ghosts. The small ones were the size of a palm, and the big ones were the size of mountains. Each of them was incomparably ferocious. When the 100 ghosts attacked, they could bite everything to pieces. Even a saint's scalp would go numb. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. On the stone platform, the 12 prodigies looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, it was not over. This time the 2 saints joined forces. Another saint, who looked like a middle-aged man, also attacked. This person comprehended the Ice Dao laws. His 4 domains also enveloped Lin Xian. Their domains overlapped. Monstrous ice erupted, freezing the demon qi around Lin Xian. The 2 vortexes of the law of water also froze into ice sculptures. Lin Xian's body was frozen. "Great white ghoul! Kill them all!" The other sage's avatar laughed sinisterly. When the 2 sages' avatars joined forces, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. "Not good, that person is in danger." Yes, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the saint's clone. If it was just one attack, he might be able to block it easily. However, if 2 were added together, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. It would definitely exceed his imagination. This person was probably going to be killed. An expert in the distance spoke. A cold smile appeared on Yan Nantian's face. That was good too. It saved him the trouble of making a move. The northern monster became nervous. Yen Ryu frowned. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the two sanctuary realm in front. Is that all you've got? What a disappointment. Boom, boom, boom. Following his voice, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The two sanctuary realm also shook. An extremely terrifying and low voice sounded. Then, boundless flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian's body shone with a boundless light. Then, the two sages' avatars were sent flying. Their sanctuary realm was broken. White Ghoul's night parade and ice world were all shattered. The two of them fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How is this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? As for the others, their expressions all changed. What was that? Oh heavens, why was there a golden light? Wasn't that demon Qi? They were all stunned. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. Yan Nanshan's pupils shrank. Could it be him? He stared straight ahead. His eyes were like divine blades that could cut through everything. The sanctuary realm in front of them was broken. A figure soared into the sky. The demon Qi on his body disappeared. The golden light was like the sun. It scattered down, shining so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. I've said it before. A mere sage's avatar is not enough. You are not my match at all. Lin Xian's sonorous voice sounded. The two sages' avatars trembled in anger, but there was nothing they could do. However, Yan Nanshan's expression changed drastically. He screamed, "It's you! Damn it, you're not dead." He looked as if he had seen a ghost. To be honest, he was too shocked. If the person in front of him was really the great demon, he would not be too shocked. After all, the great demon was too terrifying. But now it was not the great demon, but the great demon's sworn enemy, the successor of the 9 sons. How could he not be dead? If the great demon was dead, how did he survive? That's right, it's me. Yan Nantian, are you disappointed? Are you surprised? Do you think that if the great demon is dead, I will die with him? You dare to kill with a borrowed knife? You will definitely die today. Lin Xian's voice resounded through the world. At this moment, the experts on the 12 stone platforms, as well as the surrounding spectators, were all stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Soon, they learned from Vermilion Bird Palace. The successor of the 9 sons. It's him. What? The successor of the 9 sons? Didn't he die with him? Heavens, he did not die and even obtain the great demon's weapon. He had fought with the great demon before, so it was probably not difficult for him to transform into the great demon's appearance. Everyone understood why the demonic aura was so overwhelming. Why did he have the great spear of destruction? Why did he have to kill Yan Nantian? It turned out that the other party was not the great demon, but the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, the great demon seemed to be in cahoots with Yan Nantian. That was why the successor of the 9 sons wanted to kill Yan Nantian. Damn it, kill him. We have to kill him later. Vermilion Bird Palace's palace, Lord sent a voice transmission. The 2 sages' eyes were cold, but they did not immediately take action. If they took action now and the news spread, they would probably be under a lot of pressure. After all, the successor of the 9 sons could not be alone. There was a faction behind him. However, if Yan Nantian killed him, then even if the faction behind the successor of the 9 sons found out, there was nothing they could do. It was normal for geniuses to die in a battle. I'm really surprised that you're still alive. But so what? Since the great demon can't kill you, then I'll kill you myself. Yan Nantian rose to his feet. The illusions of the 4 godly beasts carried him and floated forward. At this moment, the geniuses on the 20 platforms also retreated frantically. They had completely left the battlefield and arrived near the spectators. They knew that an earth-shattering battle of life and death was coming. It would probably surpass everything. It was actually him. Long Xiaotian and Zhao Wuliang trembled. They finally knew why they couldn't defeat the other party. It was the successor of the Nine Sons. Chapter 30, 329. Damn it. Successor of the Nine Sons. The three sage clones gritted their teeth. It seemed that after this battle, they had to send out their true bodies. After all, everyone wanted the great spear of destruction. Kill. An angry roar pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body shone with a golden light as if he was a golden god of war. The great spear of destruction in his hand was pitch black. As he danced, he charged forward. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if an emperor golden immortal king was fighting with a black dragon. This scene was something that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. Boom! On the other side, Yan Nantian also made his move. The four divine beasts became more and more corporeal as if they had been revived and circled around him. A terrifying aura swept through heaven and earth. That power caused everyone to tremble. Boom! The great spear of destruction transformed into a black dragon and rushed over, shaking the nine heavens. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength was unparalleled. Fortunately, this was the primordial battlefield. Otherwise, they would have fallen long ago. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The people in the distance retreated once again and completely left the battlefield. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. The three sage clones also had ugly expressions. They did not expect that the other party had not used his full strength when fighting with them. Now, the other party's aura was even stronger than before. Was this the successor of the Nine Sons? It was too terrifying. They felt that the successor of the Nine Sons in front of them had surpassed the past. Indeed, the sage of the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. The others were also discussing intensely. Although the successor of the Nine Sons was strong and had one of the strongest physiques in the universe, he was not the strongest. There were many who could compete with the successor of the Nine Sons, such as his old enemy, the Great Demon. In many previous battles, the Great Demon had suppressed the Nine Sons' bloodline. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the successor of the Nine Sons was not an invincible existence. If they wanted to kill him, the Great Demon clan could do it. But now, the successor of the Nine Sons in front of them had shocked everyone. He had killed the Great Demon and obtained the Great Demon's weapon. Now, his combat strength was even more shocking. He had even defeated the successor of a great emperor. He was too strong. He was so strong that they found it unbelievable. Boom! Boom! In front, the four divine beasts attacked, trying to surround the great spear of destruction. The great spear of destruction danced crazily, bringing with it an incomparable murderous aura. Blood burst out from it. There were even all kinds of illusions. Those were the corpses of saints. It was rumored that the spear of great destruction was stained with the blood of saints. This illusion really made one's scalp tingle. Puff! The azure dragon and vermilion bird phantoms were pierced through, and the white tiger phantoms were knocked back. Only the black tortoise phantoms were able to withstand the attack with its powerful defense. The four illusions retreated. Yan Nantian's expression changed. His opponent's aura had become even stronger than it had been in the valley. The four divine beast phantoms were no match for him at all. Yan Nantian, show me your true strength. This time, I won't let you off. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the golden glow on his body became even more piercingly cold. Nine Sons sword technique. Lin Xian used the spear as a sword and quickly danced. Rays of Nine Sons, sword qi, rushed out from the great spear of destruction. The Nine Sons' sword technique was a sword technique of extreme yang. It destroyed everything. The entire ancient battlefield was enveloped by the golden sword qi. This aura made everyone feel despair. Even the two vermilion bird saints had grave expressions on their faces. True strength? Fine, I'll let you see it. Yan Nantian roared. In addition to the four divine beast phantoms, 9 more emperor runes appeared beside him. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and connected to heaven and earth. The runes of the earth appeared. The people in the distance exclaimed. The three Saint Clones' eyes were burning with passion. Even the vermilion bird palaces' saints' eyes were shining. Sure stared at the runes, wanting to see through the mysteries within. The two of them clashed like two immortal kings. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions on the ancient battlefield. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era. The two geniuses in front of them had turned into primordial god-fiends. Such an intense battle was like a dream. Perhaps even the powerhouses of the ancient era were no match for them. Boom! 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 After more than 1,000,000 collisions, Yan Nanshan's body trembled. His expression was gloomy, and the blood in his body kept churning as if it wanted to rush out. He was about to go crazy. He was being suppressed by his opponent. How was this possible? The Great Spear of Destruction. It must be the Great Spear of Destruction. Do you think I don't have anything to subdue you? Saint Chariot. With an angry roar, a Saint Chariot rushed out of his body. It was a true sage artifact. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a powerful divine might that suppressed the surroundings. Kill him. After using the sage artifact, Yan Nanshan's strength increased exponentially. He once again clashed with the Great Spear of Destruction. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Not long after, Yan Nanshan's expression turned ugly again. Damn it, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Now, the weapon's enhancement had been cancelled out. Could it be that his opponent was really stronger than him? How was that possible? He was the successor of a great emperor. No matter how strong his opponent was, so what? No successor of the 9 sons had ever become a great emperor. At their strongest, they were only great sages. How could that kind of inheritance be compared to a true great emperor's inheritance? Was he weaker than his opponent? How was that possible? Yan Nantian was so powerful, and his talent was terrifying. He thought that he was definitely not weaker than his opponent. What was that? The great dragon's sword soul? Only then did he remember that his opponent was not only the successor of the 9 sons, but also the successor of the great dragon. The successor of the great dragon had a precedent of becoming a great emperor. That was because the first successor of the great dragon, Shiman the Great, was very powerful. However, after Shiman the Great, the other successors of the great dragon could not become great emperors. Not to mention this generation. He did not believe that the great dragon sword soul contained any great emperor's inheritance, because there had never been such a legend. Damn it! I'm the successor of a great emperor. I'm destined to become a great emperor in the future. I'm invincible. I won't fail. Go to hell. Yan Nantian roared crazily. Lightning god's physique. The 9 suns and countless lightning interweaved, causing Yan Nantian to transform into the thunder god's body. The powerful lightning body pierced through the 9 heavens. Those who were watching from afar were extremely envious. Heavens, the thunder god's body was not weaker than the 9 suns' divine body. It was forcefully evolved from a divine ability. Probably only a great emperor's divine ability could do that. It was really a creation of heaven and earth. Sun and moon splitting the sky. After displaying the thunder god's body, Yan Nantian raised his hands high. Immediately, runes soared into the sky, blooming with incomparable light. They turned into 9 suns and moons, rotating in the sky. Coupled with the great emperor's divine ability, it was extremely powerful at this moment. It was much more powerful than the power in the valley previously. Even Lin Xian was forced to retreat quickly. That power was enough to shock him. Chapter 30, 330. Lin Xian retreated, but he didn't stop attacking. He unleashed his nomological mystique, the destructive fiery lotus. A huge lotus flower flew forward. With an aura that could destroy everything, the two collided. The sun and moon split open the sky, and the 9 suns quickly dimmed and then collapsed. The destructive fire lotus also dissipated in this energy. After that, the 2 retreated. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yan Nantian roared like a madman, but Lin Xian sneered. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. Let's see how many Emperor regeneration talismans you have. He held the spear of destruction and rushed out quickly. The dragon sword soul roared and rushed out of Lin Xian's body, fusing with the spear of destruction. Instantly, the power of the murderous weapon increased to an unparalleled level. At this moment, even the saint's expressions changed. Not good. Yanantian is in danger. A Vermilion Bird Palace saint frowned, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders also had ugly expressions. Yan Nanshan's pupils shrank. He naturally felt the threat. Last time, he was almost killed by the other party. If not for the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, he would still be seriously injured. Now that he was facing the same situation again, could he withstand it? Yan Nantian snorted coldly. Kid, I was careless when you ambushed me last time and didn't use my full strength. Don't even think about hurting me this time. He pushed the saint chariot to the limit. The chariot became huge and completely enveloped him. This was a saint artifact, and it could definitely protect him. With a wave of his hand, the 9 Emperor runes reappeared beside him. Sky-destroying finger. Endless laws turned into divine chains, circling around Yan Nanshan's finger, forming a finger that reached the sky and fell from the sky. When the finger fell, the bodies of the surrounding people were about to split open. Not good. Retreat quickly. Those people screamed crazily. This move was too terrifying. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders also split open, and blood gushed out. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace master's expression changed. However, at this moment, the 2 saints of Vermilion Bird Palace opened their saint domains, blocking the terrifying energy waves. Only then did the people of Vermilion Bird Palace calm down. The surrounding people all hid behind the sacred domain. This Yanantian was too powerful. The 3 saint avatars had solemn expressions on their faces. Long Xiaotian and Zhao Wuliang had ugly expressions on their faces. They were no match for him at all. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian brandished the Great Destruction Spear and unleashed a world-shaking sword technique. Yin-Yang Locket. The heaven-destroying finger was pierced through by the Great Spear of Destruction. Yan Nantian once again used a powerful divine ability. At this time, Lin Xian had just finished using his ultimate move. His body was completely exhausted, and the energy he had gathered was unable to completely surge out. Therefore, Yan Nantian seized the opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the nomological fragments danced, forming 2 black and white divine ropes that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. With a crack that sounded like a clap of thunder, the black-white divine locked Lin Xian in the air. In an instant, it was as if he had been fixed in place, unable to move at all. The power in his body had been completely sealed. What was going on? Everyone exclaimed. Yan Ryu also frowned. She felt that this divine ability was too terrifying. Some of the older generation figures screamed. The Yin-Yang Lock, oh heavens, isn't this the legendary divine ability? Rumor had it that once the Yin-Yang Lock was used, it could seal all things in the world. Even a saint could not escape. That kid was unlucky. What? So powerful. Many people gasped when they heard that. There were also experts who were like living fossils whose eyes flickered. I finally know which great emperor's inheritance Yan Nantian obtained. The heaven-destroying finger, the Yin-Yang Lock, these were the inheritances of great Emperor Hongwu. Great Emperor Hongwu, the great emperor who pacified the 8 desolates? Everyone screamed. Great Emperor Hongwu was a very famous great emperor. When he became a great emperor, the myriad worlds were ruled by the dark, demonic beasts. Back then, he rose to power and defeated the dark, demonic beasts, regaining control of the myriad worlds. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. Who would have thought that his inheritance would be obtained by Yen Nantian? The successor of the 9 sons was really in danger. He definitely could not escape from the Yin Yang lock. Not to mention that he was only a half-sage. Even a true saint would not be able to escape from the Yin Yang lock. Sighs could be heard. Everyone fell silent. Yen Ryu frowned. The northern demon was also very nervous. Should we make a move? He asked. Yen Ryu shook his head and looked again. In the crowd, the Crimson Dragon was also anxious. He gritted his teeth. That damn kid, he should be fine. He was not too sure because the Yin Yang lock was too famous. The Yin Yang lock? Lin Xian was sealed in midair. He looked at the black-white divine lock on his body, which was like a suit of armor, tightly covering his entire body. At the same time, it sealed the power in his body. He felt that he could not use any power at all. Lin Xian's body shook, trying to break the Yin Yang lock. However, after trying for a long time, the Yin Yang lock did not move at all. It's useless. Stop struggling. Even if you're a saint, you can't break free. I'll get rid of you now. Yan Nantian drove the saint chariot over quickly. Boom! In an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled. Lin Xian was knocked down, blood splattering everywhere. It was a saint artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian vomited blood, and cracks appeared on his body. Those people were stunned. After being knocked down like that, a half-saint would definitely be turned into ashes. Even a saint would probably be smashed into pieces. However, this kid's body only had cracks. Not good. Yen Ryu screamed. The Crimson Dragon almost activated the array, but they held back. Lin Xian stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Break for me. He tried to use the 9 Yang body again, but he still could not break it. The Yin Yang lock was indeed a Thearka's ultimate skill. It was really amazing. It suppressed all of Lin Xian's power. Even Lin Xian felt that the power of the great dragon sword spirit was also suppressed. Damn it, he was too careless. He did not expect Yen Nantian to have such an ultimate skill. If he knew about the Yin Yang lock, he would have saved some energy to keep an eye on him, to prevent him from using it. However, he did not know that at all. Therefore, after shattering the heaven-destroying finger, he was locked down by the Yin Yang lock. It's useless. I said, stop struggling. Yan Nantian drove the saint chariot over again. The saint chariot was absolutely terrifying. With a single strike, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared on the ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was smashed into a deep pit. Buzz! Yan Nantian rode the saint chariot. His body was surrounded by 9 large runes and the phantoms of 4 divine beasts. He was like a celestial arch as he rushed over. He arrived in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the great destruction spear. Then he forcefully snatched it. Lin Xian was now locked down by the Yin Yang lock and had no power at all. Therefore, he was directly taken away. Blood flowed from his palm. Yan Nantian laughed at the sky. Chapter 30:331. Ha 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 ha. Is the successor of the 9 sons very powerful? What can you use to fight me now? Yen Nantian held the great spear of destruction in his hand, and his aura erupted endlessly. Everyone trembled. He was too powerful. This was the successor of a great emperor, far surpassing the successor of the 9 sons. Even a true saint would not be able to survive in his hands. Is that so? I haven't lost yet. Lin Xian stood up and said in a sonorous voice, Haven't lost yet? Go to hell. Yan Nantian stopped laughing and flew out. The great spear of destruction instantly transformed into a poisonous dragon and stabbed towards Lin Xian. With a puchi, he pierced through Lin Xian's body. Then he raised Lin Xian high into the air. Lin Xian's blood flowed wildly. Golden blood dripped into the void, shattering everything. It turned into a golden sea of blood. Now, do you still dare to say that you haven't lost? You're already in the air. I can kill you at any time. But don't worry, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. I want to find out your secrets." Yen Nantian revealed a demonic smile. He naturally knew that Lin Xian had many secrets. Moreover, he was extremely tempted. If he could get them out, he would cultivate. By then, no one in the universe would be his match. Oh no! Yen Ruyu's expression changed when the northern demon approached. The crimson dragon gritted his teeth and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. He could not help but want to make a move. The snow-white monkey was also so angry that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He even moved his little claws and was about to transform. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out and resounded in everyone's ears. "I told you I haven't lost yet." Hearing that, Yen Nantian sneered. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were also disdainful. "You haven't lost yet? Who are you kidding?" However, they were soon stunned because they realized that a mysterious aura had appeared on Lin Xian's body. Then, the world changed drastically. In the sky, endless thunderclouds enveloped the primordial battlefield. That aura made even the saints' hair stand on end. Needless to say, the others were so scared that their bodies trembled. Some were about to pass out. Heavens, lightning tribulation. Was he going to transcend the tribulation? Could it be that he was about to break through? No, it wasn't Yen Nantian. It was the successor of the 9 sons. What? Those experts screamed. This was a sage tribulation. Was he going to break through and become a sage? Damn it, you want to break through? You want to break through to become a saint? To turn defeat into victory? Yen Nantian's expression also changed. This was truly a difficult enemy to deal with. The slightest carelessness would cause the other party to turn the tables. But you won't have the chance. I'll seal you away, completely. The 9 monarch patterns around him floated out and hovered around Lin Xian, connecting with each other. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming a starry diagram. Yin-yang heaven, sealing formation. With the yin-yang locket as the center and the 9 monarch inscriptions as support, they could form a peerless formation. Rumor had it that the Hongwu Great Emperor had used the yin-yang heaven sealing array to seal off the endless void, sealing countless experts in the universe. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Although Yen Nantian was only a half-saint, with his means and the yin-yang heaven sealing array, it would not be a problem for him to seal a sage, let alone Lin Xian. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been through hundreds of battles and narrowly escaped death. His experience was extremely rich. Therefore, the speed at which he detonated the heavenly tribulation was extremely fast. Yen Nantian's yin-yang heaven sealing array had just been formed when the sage tribulation had already descended. It directly struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian to grimace in pain. This was a sage tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, even a sage would die. Moreover, Lin Xian's sage tribulation was not an ordinary one. It varied according to one's strength. Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the great dragon. He even had the mysterious, heavenly secret godly eyes. How could his sage tribulation be weak? It was definitely extremely powerful. Therefore, in this round, he did not use any divine abilities to resist. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body. For a moment, the 9 sons' divine body was charred black. Yen Nantian was also affected. The 4 divine beast phantoms on his body rotated and a crack appeared on them. Damn it! Why was this lightning tribulation so terrifying? Yen Nantian frowned. The surrounding people were even more frightened. The terrifying scene of divine lightning filling the sky made people tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying arena. Even the 3 sage clones and the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace sages were stunned. However, in this situation, they did not dare to act rashly. The 2 sages hesitated. If they attracted fire and the lightning tribulation struck them, it would probably be a disaster for them. Because if they attacked during the tribulation with their strength and aura, they would probably attract an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. At that time, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. For a moment, everyone left the primordial battlefield. Yan Nantian also wanted to leave. He did not want to be struck by lightning for no reason. Moreover, it was a special kind of lightning tribulation. However, he could no longer leave because he was too close to Lin Xian. At this moment, he was holding the Great Destruction Spear in one hand, and Lin Xian's blood had already dripped onto his hand. Therefore, in an instant, he was also enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Damn it! Yan Nantian instantly stopped and pulled back the Great Destruction Spear. However, the Great Destruction Spear was caught by Lin Xian's body. He had no choice but to give up and leave first. After the lightning tribulation, he would come back to snatch the Great Destruction Spear and Lin Xian's corpse. Do you want to leave? Can you leave? Although Lin Xian had everything sealed, even if his divine body was sealed, his pure physical strength was incomparably terrifying. Yan Nantian had just moved when Lin Xian caught up to him. At this moment, the sage tribulation had already completely descended. Endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning, and each bolt was as big as a mountain. They carried an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The sage tribulation had erupted. Ah! Lin Xian's voice rang out. Golden blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, Yan Nantian's crazy roar could be heard. Damn it, get out of my way. It was obvious that he had also suffered a violent impact. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The successor of the 9 sons was actually undergoing the tribulation at this time. This was not good. If he could survive the sage tribulation and become a sage, the situation would be reversed. Everyone was discussing. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders, palace masters, and sages all had extremely ugly expressions. However, they could only wait now. Yanruyu and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed strong enough to be able to turn the tables under the yin-yang locket. The Crimson Dragon had a worried look on his face. Damn, is this kid really going to break through? Don't play too big. He did not believe that Lin Xian would break through to become a sage at this time. He knew that Lin Xian was extremely ambitious. He wanted to condense the 5 elemental laws. How could he only break through the fire laws? Chapter 30, 332. His guess was right. Lin Xian wasn't trying to break through. Instead, he wanted to use the power of the sage tribulation to break the yin-yang locket on him. The yin-yang locket was very powerful. It was a great emperor's mystique. Most importantly, it could seal and suppress everything, making Lin Xian powerless. With his own power sealed, he could only rely on external forces. The most powerful external force was the heavenly tribulation. It was a sage's heavenly tribulation. When the endless lightning spread and wrapped around him and Yan Nantian, Lin Xian smiled. The monstrous lightning was very terrifying. It directly penetrated his body. Not only him, but Yan Nantian's body was also full of holes. He screamed in pain. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's body. It was a shocking sight, but he was smiling, because he felt the yin-yang locket on his body tremble. Some cracks had appeared on it. It wouldn't be long before it completely shattered. Boom! 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 Lin Xian's body was getting more and more damaged. He was basically unrecognizable. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. The yin-yang locket had completely shattered. Success! Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. The power in his body surged out like a tsunami. In the next moment, he immediately stopped breaking through. He used the great dragon sword soul as an array to seal the power that wanted to break through again. Then he used his mystique and nirvana rebirth. Boom! 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 The heavenly tribulation between heaven and earth seemed to have lost its target. So it gradually dissipated. In the distance, everyone was terrified. At the same time, they were very confused. What was going on? Why did the heavenly tribulation disappear? Could it be that he had become a sage? That couldn't be right. The few sage clones and the two sages from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. They had passed the heavenly tribulation. It couldn't have happened in such a short time. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation just now was so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than theirs. How could such a heavenly tribulation disappear, just like that? But soon, they realized that the heavenly tribulation had really disappeared. However, there was a golden sea in front of them. Inside, there was a golden silhouette that was being reborn from the flames. It was the successor of the 9 suns. Everyone screamed. Yen Ruyu, Crimson Dragon, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Not good. That guy actually didn't die, and his recovery ability was actually so strong. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Where was Yen Nantion? They quickly began to search, and soon found Yen Nantionoff in the distance. His imperial tattoos were still swirling around him, and he was rapidly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. However, that speed was still slower than rising from the ashes. Therefore, Lin Xian recovered in an instant. The spear of great destruction was seized by him, and he charged forward. With a loud boom, Yen Nantion's body, which had yet to fully recover, was pierced through and shattered into pieces. What? Had Yen Nantion been split open? These people were all crazy. Their minds were a little blank because the changes in the situation were too strange. Just a moment ago, Yen Nantion had picked on Lin Xian, making it impossible for Lin Xian to resist. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian displayed a domineering attitude. Rising from the ashes, he beat Yen Nantion into pieces. This scene was like a dream. It was unbelievable. After shattering Yen Nantion's body, Lin Xian once again waved the Great Destruction Spear and used it. In an instant, the power of annihilation surged out. Under the support of the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was extremely powerful. Therefore, Yen Nantion's shattered body began to rapidly dissipate. Even his flesh and blood disappeared. What kind of power was this? It was so terrifying. When everyone saw the black light of the laws and the disappearing flesh and blood, they all gasped and felt their bodies turn cold. Yen Nantion also screamed in fright. It was this power again. Last time, he was almost destroyed by this power. He didn't expect to encounter the same situation again. Damn it, the yin-yang locket was broken by the other party. It was really unbelievable. Escape. Yen Nantion summoned the 9 imperial tattoos. They bloomed with light and enveloped him. He escaped into the void, trying to dodge this attack. Great emperors had endless means and were incomparably mysterious. If it was a sage facing Yen Nantion, he might really be able to escape. However, Lin Xian wouldn't. Lin Xian merged the Great Dragon Sword Soul into the Great Destruction Spear. With a sword, he could cut through mountains and rivers. The power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul destroyed everything. The void was cut open, and Yen Nantion was deeply shaken out. Like I said, you can't escape. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the world, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Kill! The terrifying dragon roar, mixed with the black light, swept forward. Yen Nantion was once again attacked. Damn it! Yen Nantion's face was incomparably ugly. He was severely injured in the lightning tribulation and had yet to fully recover. Then he was torn apart by Lin Xian. Now he was being chased by Lin Xian. He couldn't recover to his peak. Even though Lin Xian was injured earlier, his aura was even more terrifying than before due to the rebirth of desire. Sky-destroying finger. Steel of sun and moon. Yen Nantion used the sky-destroying finger with his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Above it, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if a heavenly monument was suppressing. The 2 peerless Abhijnas charged toward Lin Xian at high speed. Destruction fiery lotus. 9 suns opening sky. Lin Xian also used his divine ability. The terrifying sword technique swept across heaven and earth. The four divine abilities collided in the sky, erupting with dazzling light that swallowed everything. At this moment, Yan Nantian smiled. He formed another seal with his palm, and an unparalleled aura burst out from his eyes. Yin-yang locket. Between heaven and earth, the yin and yang qi flickered and turned into two divine locks that quickly shrouded Lin Xian. As long as the yin-yang locket succeeded, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use any divine abilities no matter how powerful they were. Oh no, it's the yin-yang locket again. Lin Xian was probably infected. Yes. Could he attract another heavenly tribulation? Everyone exclaimed. Yen Ryu and the Crimson Dragon were extremely nervous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. They knew that Yan Nantian wouldn't lose. The yin-yang locket was very strange. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Xian out of thin air, wanting to seal him completely. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're too naive. Do you think I won't be prepared this time? Buzz. The fragments of the law of earth revolved around his body, forming two large stone palms. Each of them was like a huge mountain that pushed forward forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an intense collision shook the 9 heavens. The light that filled the sky made people tremble. It was like a demonic light that could destroy the world. The yin-yang locket was very terrifying. Ordinary law fragments couldn't break it at all. Therefore, the two stone beasts only lasted for a moment before they were pierced by the yin-yang locket. However, this short moment was more than enough for Lin Xian. His body soared into the air like a giant dragon, soaring upwards. Chapter 33. The great spear of destruction in his hand moved, erupting with dazzling light. It turned into a fiery lotus, enveloping yin and yang. Boom! The yin-yang locket was shattered by this destructive force. Was it dodged? Countless cries of surprise rang out. The expressions of the people from Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Yan Nantian's heart sank. Damn it, his opponent actually dodged his attack. To be honest, although he didn't want to admit it, if he couldn't lock down the other party's strength, he seemed to be unable to defeat the other party. The great emperor's mystiques were extremely powerful. In the past, he could easily kill his opponent with just one of them, regardless of whether it was the thunder god's physique, the sun and moon splitting the heavens, or this finger of extermination. They could basically destroy the enemy with ease. Even against a saint, 2 or 3 of them would be enough to deal with him. Now he had basically used everything he could. There were still some exceptional superpowers that he could not use because his cultivation was not high enough. That was something he was prepared to cultivate after breaking through to the Saint Realm. It seemed that he could only fight to the death. Hangwu opened the heavens, and Zhang Xian returned. The aura on Yan Nantian's body exploded to an unbelievable degree. The 9 monarch marks revolved around his finger as he pointed forward. This finger was not aimed at Lin Xian, but flew towards the 9 heavens. Boom! In an instant, a huge hole was pierced in the sky. It was pitch black and seemed to be connected to the outer universe. Everyone could see the faint, twinkling starlight inside the pitch-black hole. At that moment, the 9 great emperor runes were floating in the black hole. They were bobbing up and down like 9 stars. They were shining with dazzling light. Below him, Yan Nantian continued to form hand seals. The 9 monarch marks above him rotated rapidly, forming a marvelous star map. The star atlas rolled and shone brightly, forming a strange Tao pattern. A terrifying and vast aura was emitted from it. As soon as this aura appeared, all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Below, countless people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were the same. They resisted with all their might, but many cracks appeared on their bodies. The 3 saints' avatars screamed crazily as they hurriedly opened their sacred domains to defend themselves. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were also heavily injured. Those elders couldn't hold on at all. The two saints' expressions changed drastically. He opened up his saint domain like a madman and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Everyone retreated madly. 10 million miles, 20 million miles, all the way until they were 50 million miles away. Only then did they stop. However, even with that being the case, that frightening aura still caused their bodies to turn ice cold. What's going on up ahead? This place was already somewhat blurry, but how powerful were the two great sages? Using the array, they immediately projected the scene in front of them. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky, only to see the star map churning with a powerful force. Even Lin Xian reacted as if he was facing a great enemy and quickly retreated. He placed the spear of great destruction in front of him, and the terrifying sword Qi formed a lotus flower that enveloped him. On the other side, Yan Nantian was not in a good state either. His body was also cracked, and he even spat out blood. Clearly, it was still too much for him to use this ability at the moment. Although it's a bit exhausting, you're dead for sure, kid. I don't believe you can survive this attack. Yan Nantian's cold voice was heard, and he laughed. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the distance changed. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted, because he realized that something had appeared in the star map above. It was the shadow of a pagoda. It was very blurry, and only the shape of a pagoda could be seen. However, the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. Is it the desolate pagoda? Lin Xian was extremely shocked because he felt as if he was facing the desolate pagoda of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the desolate pagoda was an extreme weapon. Damn it, could it be that Yan Nantian has an extreme weapon? Sure enough, the three sage clones in the distance screamed crazily. This aura had surpassed a sage weapon. It's an extreme weapon. Damn it. Does Yan Nantian have the emperor weapon of Emperor Hongwu? What? Emperor Hongwu's extreme weapon? Rumor had it that Emperor Hongwu had a terrifying extreme weapon, the hidden immortal pagoda. Could it be that the pagoda was the hidden immortal pagoda? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. An extreme weapon was the most powerful weapon in the universe. It was the exclusive weapon of a great emperor. Even if a great emperor died, an extreme weapon would not disappear. Some extreme sage truths had extreme weapons, but they did not expect it to be in Yan Nantian's hands. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and some even wanted to run away. Once an extreme weapon was used, it could definitely pierce through this world. If it was stronger, it could destroy the entire Sazaka planet and turn everything on it into ashes. No one doubted it. Damn it, do we really have to let that guy turn the tables? The Crimson Dragon clenched his teeth in anger. Although he had been comprehending the heaven puzzle and had set up a peerless formation around him, it was impossible to use such a formation to resist an extreme weapon. However, one person only frowned and then sneered. An extreme weapon? However, it was not a real extreme weapon. It was just an illusion formed by a wisp of aura summoned from the starry sky of the universe. The one who spoke was Yen Ruyu. At this moment, her body was emitting a mysterious green light. There seemed to be a terrifying force in her body that was about to erupt. However, it was being controlled by Yen Ruyu. As soon as she said that, everyone around her was stunned, especially the two sages and the three sages' clones. They all cried out in surprise. It was not a real extreme weapon, but an illusion that was summoned. They carefully sensed it and then screamed. It was indeed the case. This news caused a huge commotion. It seemed that the hidden divine pagoda was not in Yan Nantian's hands, but in a corner of the universe. At this moment, Yan Nantian used Great Emperor Hong Wu's peerless spell to summon the extreme weapon in the corner of the universe, thus creating an illusion. However, even if it was just an illusion, it was still extremely terrifying, because the three sages and the two sages were facing a powerful enemy. Even if they faced it, they would not be able to stop it. They could only run away, like crazy. An illusion? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He naturally saw that the blurry pagoda was not a real weapon. Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if it's the illusion of an extreme weapon, it's not something you can stop. So you can die now. Yan Nanshan's hands suddenly moved downward. More cracks appeared on his body, but he did not care. He revealed a hideous smile. In the sky, the illusion of the mortal burying pagoda suddenly descended from the star map.